raise your hand during the question period and somebody will come around with a microphone and you can go ahead and ask your question. So before we begin, I'd like to acknowledge that we are meeting on traditional territory of the Anishinaabe and Métis people of Treaty 3 and Treaty 3 adhesion. The Anishinaabe are the original caretakers of this land and called this place Powetagong, meaning place of the rapids, which is now known as Dryden. This land is important to the people of Eagle Lake First Nation, Wabigoon Lake Ojibwe Nation, as well as the Métis people of the area and the residents of Dryden. With that, I'd like to now invite Cheryl Edwards from the Dryden Native Friendship Center to give a prayer and say a few words. Cheryl.
Bonjour, good morning. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Cheryl Edwards. I'm with the Dryden Native Friendship Center and a band member of Wabigoon Lake, and I also live here in Dryden. Wanted to start this morning to say that if you're not from the area, this is the only time of year that you can have all 4 seasons in a 12-hour period. Anyone who was awake at 5 this morning, it was very cold. However, I'll start the prayer, and I'll be doing the prayer in Ojibwe. Bonjour, Nenaigon Dijnikani go Katsok Anak Pijo to them. Migwich and Danak Kabija Ek no Gum Gagishigak. Shago Migwich Wabanong Kandabiata Tsokanak Pizenduishlam. Migwich Shawanong Kandabiata Tsokanak Pizenduishlam. Migwich Ningabianong Windibiek. Kanda biata tsokanak bezinduishnam. Migwich kietnung kanda biata tsokanak bezinduishnam. Migwich ki mama nan kana matabit niwin kabito kamikak bezinduishnam. Shago migwich niwin kabito go te kishigo bezinduishnam. Migwich and danak away and sondani makan sagijik away matazian. Shago migwich away akoyak niniok the matabiat away anokiat. Shago nuclear waste management chigaza. Shago migwich how migwich. I guess I should do a little English. Okay, sorry, a little bit of interpretation there. I acknowledged the land that we're on, the creator for the day, the beautiful day that we have, everyone for coming to listen. I asked all of the spirits in all the 4 directions, the east, south, the west, and the north, to come in here and come and listen to us as to what we have to say and give us that guidance. I acknowledged Mother Earth and her 4 layers, for we would not be able to live without her nourishment. I also gave thanks to the Father Sky, as not only the 4 layers that continue to help and balance with Mother Earth, but also the star beings that look down and are able to observe what we're doing. I acknowledge the 4 winds that we have, that they come gentle, as we know the strength of those winds, and we see it in the world today. And I also acknowledged everyone who's sitting here, that we respect each other and what we say, and during this nuclear forum. Miigwech.
Thank you, Cheryl, for that. I'd now like to invite up our mayor, Greg Wilson, to say a few words.
It's always tough to follow Cheryl because she speaks so well and without notes. But I have to stick to my notes. So to our guest speakers, honored guests, and our fellow citizens, thank you for attending this 2-day forum event. And on behalf of the city, I want to thank Colleen Brasso, Tyler Peacock, and Scott Tahoki at the city for their hard work and dedication to the process of ensuring that all Drydenites have as many opportunities as possible to ask questions and further their knowledge on the NWMO's Adaptive Phased Management Project. This is a real opportunity to gather information with an open mind concerning everything that will be said over the next 2 days. You will be exposed to great questions, responses, and dialogue, and are encouraged to listen with both an open ear and an open mind. because it's true that the mind is like a parachute and only functions properly when fully open. Whether you are for, against, or undecided about the project, I believe that the one characteristic truth common in all of us is the desire to see the best outcomes for our town, our province, and our country. And those three geographical reference points are not mutually exclusive. We all live in the same planet and love this special corner of the world, which many of us call home. Learning happens in society when we prize truth over wanting only our own individual needs met. It is the path to wisdom. The Rotary International four-way test of the things we think, say, or do starts with the question, is it the truth? It was famed British writer C.S. Lewis who said, if you look for truth, you may find comfort in the end. If you look for comfort, you will not get either comfort or truth, only soft soap and wishful thinking. Put another way, absent the desire for truth, the search for one's own comfort or happiness is simply the search for means of getting one's own way. You can spot truth seekers by their ability to exhibit a humble character trait called tolerance. The true definition of tolerance is not everyone agreeing with one another, but respecting those with whom we disagree. We live in a complex world where we're constantly bombarded by conflicting voices and interest groups telling us what is right or wrong, what to think, and what to do. Thinking critically can help rid us of unhelpful biases and inconsistencies, blind spots, that we are often not even aware of ourselves, which is of course why they're called blind spots. Someone once told me, or perhaps I read it somewhere, that admitting you are wrong about something is like saying you are smarter today than you were yesterday. It also demonstrates humility. Today and tomorrow, we have an opportunity to make the center a safe space for learning, where the search for truth is prized and individual growth flourishes as facts and ideas are respectfully exchanged for the overall benefit of the greater community. So, carpe diem. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Always so well-spoken. Next up, I'd like to introduce Garth Wintle. He's the chair of the Dryden Nuclear Education and Engagement Committee.
Thanks, Scott. My name is Garth Wintle. I sit as a member of the DNEEC, which is the Dryden Nuclear Education and Engagement Commission, or committee. On behalf of that committee, I would like to welcome all of our speakers, presenters, and of course, the people who have taken the time to attend, listen, ask, and learn. It's what this forum is about. Because you've taken time from your busy lives to become our presenters, informers, listeners, and to ask the questions, you are all contributors to our solution. So many times over the past couple of years, we've been heard the phrase, trust the science. But science works best when we also question it. So please, if you're unsure or confused, ask. Your presenters are more than open, and this is what the forum is all about. I've always thought that every day is a school day, so in that spirit, listen, ask, become informed, separate the facts from the rhetoric, and carry what you learn forward. I would be remiss if I didn't make special mention and thanks to Colleen and Tyler. I could take 100% of the credit for this, but I would be completely wrong. They have done a bang-up job in getting this all together. Thank you very much. And to the rest of the city staff who, along with doing all of their normal jobs, also participated in making this happen today. Your efforts are recognized. Thank you. So I'd like to just welcome you on behalf of our committee and thank you for attending. As a grandfather, I have a job to do this morning, so I'll be trying to watch from online, but I'll be around again this afternoon if you have any questions about our committee or for myself. I'll leave it to our MC to carry us forward and bring on our first presenter. Thank you.
Thanks, Garth. Thank you to everybody who took a minute to fill out the online survey. We're now going to move into our first presentation of the day. This session is called Learning the Roles. So we have the NWO, who will be here sharing details on the site selection process. The Impact Assessment Agency of Canada will be talking about assessing the impacts of such a project. And the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission will be discussing licensing. After they've all finished their presentations, we'll open up the floor for any questions if time permits. So you're welcome to come up and prepare your presentations.
Hello. Is he on? Just checking. Yes. Hello. Hi. Okay, thank you. Thank you, and thank you to everybody in the room. And I apologize that I can't be there today, but I really look forward to the discussion and the presentations. So I'm going to share my screen. Let me know when this is up. It'll take a moment just to get organized. So can you see that? Are you able to see the presentation? Okay. Okay. Can you see it now? Okay. There you go. It certainly looks like on my end it's sharing, but
Okay, so I have. I got to mute the audio on this because we're getting double audio. 1 second. Okay, now bring my audio back up. Mute this one. Mute this one. Okay, you should be able to start. Okay, bring my mic.
see that's a yes, I can.
We can't hear her though.
Thank you very much.
mic's off.
Waste Management Organization.
No, she's not off.
Presenting today and look forward to
No, it's on. Is it on me? Hold on, John.
So first, just a little bit about Nuclear Waste Management Organization. So we are a not-for-profit. We were created in 2002 by virtue of industrial waste.
Hold on. I got it.
And that act, as I said, led to the development of
Get down
the
here.
Waste Management Organization. And we began the process of site selection and kind of the entire process.
No, I'll get her to restart in a second here. I just got to bring.
Back in 2002, and that started through a 3-year dialogue with Canadians and Indigenous peoples. And through that dialogue, the plan for what to do with Canada's used nuclear fuel emerged. And as I said earlier, we are a not-for-profit, and we are funded by the waste owners. And again, that is required under the Nuclear Fuel Waste Act. It stipulates in the act that the waste owners, so in other words, the utilities that are creating the used nuclear fuel, must fund the organization. And so that is how the organization is structured. When we went out and spoke to Canadians and Indigenous peoples back again in the 2000s, what we heard were some various themes that I'll go through. So first of all, as it relates to dealing with Canada's used nuclear fuel, we heard across the board that the key criteria, the key factor is that safety and security must be the main focus, and that we must ensure that we can build a repository in a way that is safe and secure. We also repeatedly heard, and we still hear that quite a bit now, that we need to assume the responsibility now. That this generation benefited, if you will, from the uses of nuclear energy, and therefore we also must assume the responsibility. We also know that we needed to ensure that the project aligns with international best practice. And so, you know, if you're looking for information on that, you can go to the IAEA website, or the International Atomic Energy Agency website. And there are many documents that speak to the investigations and the studies that have gone on internationally over decades to look for what the best solution is. And as it relates to used nuclear fuel, the consensus internationally is that the best thing to do is to deposit it and safely store it deep underground in deep geologic repositories. And I'll speak a little bit more about that as we go on. And then the last thing that we've heard as well is that our approach must be adaptable. And what do we mean by that? We mean that we have to be able to adapt the approach to advances in science and advances in societal expectations, and that we have to be flexible in terms of how the approach is handled. And because it does occur over, the project has such a long time span over decades, we have to have that flexibility to adapt as new things are learned, as new approaches come to the forefront. So how does a deep geological repository work, and how does it protect people in the environment? So I'll just kind of walk you through this at a high level. So if you look over to I'm going to kind of start over to the right where you see the A, B, C, D. So DGR would have some surface facilities, and what you see there is just a very kind of quick picture of that. So you would have, because of course the facility is deep, you would have shafts that would go down to the depth. And we're looking at a depth anywhere in the 500 meter to 650 meter range, depending on the geology of the particular area. And so you would have some shafts that would go underground. And then what you see in all the little gray kind of areas is that you would have a whole system underground of emplacement rooms and emplacement aisles. So again, the used nuclear fuel would be put in the shaft, descended down underground, and placed in each one of these emplacement rooms. At the surface, you have various facilities, of course, that have to support the operation. And one of the facilities you have at the surface is a used fuel packaging plant, in which the fuel is put in its final container. And I'll speak to that as well in a minute. So again, that's kind of the general layout. Of course, you'd have much more detailed design and engineering that would go along with that, but that gives you a sense of what the facility would look like. And so really what you're relying on is what we call a multiple barrier system in order to protect people in the environment. So I'm going to walk through that multiple barrier system. So again, if you go over to the left of the slide. So the first thing is actually the fuel pellet. So the fuel, the used nuclear fuel, is a solid material. It's a solid ceramic material. It is not a liquid. And when that fuel is put into the reactors, it's first placed in what you see here, which is called a fuel bundle. And that's a stainless steel sheathed bundle, and they put several fuel pellets within each bundle. When the bundle comes out of the reactor after having been in there about 18 months, it is radioactive. It is also thermally hot, and it sits in a pool for 10 years, at least 10 years, at the stations in order to cool, and then it goes to dry storage. By the time most of the fuel will come to the repository, some of it will be approaching 50 years of dry storage. So the fuel bundle, though itself, so again, the fuel itself is a ceramic, and so it does not dissolve in water. It's very stable. And then the fuel bundle itself provides another layer as well of protection. And then each one of these bundles will be put in a used fuel container. And that used fuel container will be coated with copper. And we know that, and that's for resistance to corrosion. And we also know that copper in nature has very high corrosive resistance. So again, that provides another layer of protection. And then underground in each one of those rooms that I described earlier, the fuel will be placed within bentonite clay buffer boxes. And bentonite is chosen because it has a very unique property, an important property, so that if bentonite is in contact with water, it swells and it actually seals. And so that, again, protects it and provides another layer. And then surrounding, of course, the bentonite is going to be the actual rock, the geosphere, the geology that you're trying to use as your ultimate containment. And then finally, your last barrier is depth. As I mentioned earlier, this repository would be at a depth of about at least 500 meters. And so you're relying on that significant depth from the surface to protect the fuel from the biosphere, from the atmosphere. So we often get questions about how do we ensure that the water is protected, for example. So what you need to in order for there to be a breach of some sort, water would have to get to the depth of the repository. It would have to infiltrate every one of those layers, and then it would have to get to the fuel pellet ultimately and start dissolving the fuel pellet. And that would take an inordinate amount of time. And then that water that has now been in contact with the fuel pellet would now have to come back through each one of these layers. It would have to get through the pellet, back through the bundle, back through the copper, through the bentonite, and make its way all the way back up into the atmosphere. And so it's a very long, tortuous process to get to that point. And it's, again, all of those layers that provide you that level of defense. So we often talk about the fact that we will only proceed in an area that is safe. So that is the first criteria. First and foremost, we have to ensure that the geology and that the site that we would be putting this in could hold this facility safely. And we would have to demonstrate this with a very thorough safety case to the regulator. And I'll speak to that later in the presentation. But the other criteria as well that we look for, first of all, safety is a go, no go. If the geology and the studies we did in an area demonstrated that this could not be done in a safe way, that we could not develop a strong safety case, then we would simply not proceed in that area. Assuming you then have a safety case that can be developed, then the next big criteria is that we'll only proceed in an area with informed and willing host communities. And of course, we'll be talking about that quite a bit today as well. And what we mean by that is where the municipality, the First Nations, the Métis communities, and others in the area are working together to implement it. And we've been very, very clear on that, that we will not proceed without informed and willing host communities. And so again, what's very important to our work is the engagement and the participation that we do, and the cooperation and the work that we do with communities. Over the course of the last 10 years, the process started as a volunteer process. the siting process, and communities across Canada were able to come forward and say that they were interested in learning more about the process. And initially, 22 communities came forward and said they were interested in learning more. And over the course of the last 10 years, we've been narrowing down those communities through looking at both things like desktop studies of the geology, looking at the social conditions in the community and whether we believed that there would be support in that area or not. And so there's been this narrowing down process to the point where now we are down to 2 remaining areas. So of course, the area that many of you are sitting in today, the area in the Wabigoon Lake Ojibwe Nation traditional territory and in the Ignace area, and in southern Ontario within Saugeen Ojibwe Nation traditional territory and the South Bruce area. So those are the 2 remaining sites that we are currently investigating. So if we look at the timeline, we recently announced that we are pushing our site selection date slightly into 2024. So we're currently aiming to have a decision made between those 2 areas by fall of 2024. And we're working very hard to move towards that date. Once that site selection decision is made, that is just then the beginning, actually, of a lengthy regulatory decision-making process. And I'll go through some of that in detail. And I think I heard in the opening remarks that CNSC and Impact Assessment Agency may be there. I'm sorry, I don't know exactly who's in the room. So I may be repeating some of what they said, but I'll go through that information next. But just at a high level, if you look at this timeline, again, starting at the left. So again, the next thing we would have to do once we select a site would be to enter the regulatory decision-making process. And that involves primarily 2 federal agencies, the Impact Assessment Agency of Canada, or what used to be called the Canadian Environmental Assessment Agency, or CEA. And so you can see here from the timeline that shortly after selecting the site, we would then submit a project description to the Impact Assessment Agency of Canada, and that would, if you will, launch or kickstart the impact assessment process. I'm going to stick around the top of the timeline here just for simplicity's sake, and then I'll go to the bottom. We assume for planning purposes that we would have an impact assessment approved in 2030. Again, those are for our planning purposes. That's still something that we'd have to work with the IAAC agency with, and we'd simply have to go through the entire process on that. And for planning purposes, we assume then that we would start design and construction in 2033. It's about a 10-year construction period, so that we're assuming that we would start operations in about 2043. So again, you can see that it's a quite long, significant project timeline. And then at the bottom of the screen, you can see here that we also plan, long before we even get impact assessment approval, to open a center of expertise in the hosting community. And I'll speak about that for a moment. The Center of Expertise is meant to be a hub in the community. It would be where we would house many of our employees. It would become NWMO's head office. That head office, therefore, would transition from its current location in Toronto to the host community. But it's really also, so it's going to be a center for science, technology, research, and the work that we would need to do. But it's also meant to be a center that really serves as a hub for the community, and that has community space and spaces that the community can utilize for various purposes. And we're currently going through a visioning exercise on what that center of expertise could look like. So we would intend to move very quickly on that and start construction of that and open that center of expertise in 2028. Now, I'm going to speak about this on some of the next slides, but the next thing that you see that says 2032 license to construct, there are actually several licenses that we need from the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission. So I'm going to speak about that actually on some next slides. So I'm going to go through this in a bit of detail. And again, I apologize if IAAC is in the room and they'll be going through this. And I certainly do not want to speak on their behalf. I just wanted to highlight, so again, who are the different agencies that are involved in the review of this and who ultimately have to make the regulatory decision. All the information I'm showing here came from IAAC's website, so it's publicly available, and I gave the reference there. It's under the General Government of Canada website. So IAAC's role is to assess projects for both positive and negative environmental, social, economic, and health impacts. But I'm just going to spend a moment, and I'm sure if IAAC is there, they're going to go through the same thing. So I'll try to go fairly quickly. But the roles of those involved in that process. So NWMO, we would be the proponent. We would be the ones seeking approval for the project. And in order to do that, we have to submit significant amounts of information. Quite detailed studies, obviously all the geoscience studies, environmental baseline studies, but also quite a bit of information in terms of social impacts. We have to look at impacts from health, and that includes everything from various determinants of health, including things like mental health. We'd have to look at socioeconomic impacts. So there's quite a significant submission that has to go to the Impact Assessment Agency in order for them to fully assess this project. There would be other experts and other scientists from other government organizations that would also review the information. Some would be third-party reviewers, some would be government agency reviewers that would have to review the project and also provide information. Indigenous groups and of course the indigenous communities such as Wabigoon Lake would be very, very involved in the impact assessment. They have to contribute their expertise, their knowledge, and their information, and they need to speak to possible impacts on their community and on their treaty rights. Members of the public are very much a part of the process, of the regulatory decision-making process. Members of the public are able to participate and are able to provide local knowledge, share their insights, their concerns, and are very much a very active part of the process. There's typically an integrated review panel. So this would be a panel of experts that would be overseeing the actual impact assessment and would be holding public hearings on the project. And finally, Governor and Council would be reviewing the final impact report and determining whether the project is in the public interest. So it's quite an extensive process. Again, I'll just comment a little bit further on the Impact Assessment Agency process. So again, as I said, it's a public process, absolutely includes public participation. Once the impact assessment process is complete, the Governor and Council issues a decision document, and this is a legally binding document. If the project is approved, then this decision document will include significant conditions the proponent must adhere to. And one of the key conditions is that the proponent, NWMO, would have to develop and carry out a follow-up program in consultation with the Indigenous groups and relevant authorities. And those conditions would be included in a CNSC license, and those conditions would be tracked and monitored, and they would have to be reported on. I'm going to speak briefly as well about the CNSC, but more from a perspective of what we as the project proponent would have to do. So the CNSC is an independent regulator. They are independent from NWMO. We as the project proponent would have to seek several licenses from the CNSC throughout that long time span that I showed earlier. So very first and foremost, we would have to seek a license to prepare the site. So even to just set up road infrastructure and electrical infrastructure and just grading of the site, those kinds of activities, we would need a license from the regulator in order to do that. To then move to the next stage where you're actually constructing the facility, the above surface facility, the underground works, we would need a separate license to construct the facility. And before any used fuel is even put underground, we would need a license to operate the facility. Every one of those licenses goes through a public process and public hearings. And every one of those licenses requires us again to submit significant amounts of information and to make sure that we are meeting all the requirements of the CNSC licenses. And that doesn't just include, I would say, the General Act or the general licenses, but also things like nuclear security. We need to make sure we'd be meeting all the nuclear security regulations, the radiation protection regulations. There's quite a host of regulations that we would have to demonstrate that we would be meeting. And when the CNSC issues licenses, if it approves those licenses, it provides the proponent or the operator, NWMO, we would get a detailed license condition handbook that specifies all the conditions we would have to meet in all three of those stages of the project, what reporting we have to do to the regulator, what monitoring requirements we have to meet. So it's quite an extensive, detailed license in terms of what we have to meet. And throughout that entire process, I've been focusing on Impact Assessment Agency of Canada and Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission. But as I mentioned earlier, there are many, many other federal agencies that would be involved throughout those various processes. And I've just listed some of them. So where things may go into their jurisdiction, they would absolutely be brought in for their expertise, for their knowledge, for their review of some of the material. And various provincial regulators would also be involved on certain specific project items. So for example, you would need, for example, environmental compliance approvals from the provincial Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Parks. I hope I got their name correct. It's changed a few times. So there would be various provincial regulators as well that have to oversee the project. So that is my presentation. Apologize, it'll take me a moment to stop sharing here, and certainly look forward to hearing the rest of the presentations and to speaking to people. Thank you.
All right, next up we have the Impact Assessment Agency of Canada. We'll just take a quick 2-minute break. Oh, they're presenting together. So we have IAAC and the CNSC both presenting together. So again, take 2 minutes here and last.
I can't hear anything, so hopefully something's happening at the other end. I can, yeah. I mean, are they going to the next presentation? Or? Test?
So today we're going to come to a presentation on our regulatory role, as well as give some information on the transportation of nuclear waste. But most importantly, I just want to say that we're here to listen to your concerns of the community. We're not pro or against nuclear. We're just here to listen to your concerns and answer any questions that you may have. So before we can talk about a regulatory role, it helps to have a common understanding of what nuclear waste is. So I'm going to give a quick couple of slides on high-level waste and the waste framework in Canada. So in Canada, radioactive waste can be defined as any liquid, gas, or solid which contains a radioactive nuclear substance, so something that is radioactive, and for which there is no foreseeable use. In Canada, we have 4 classifications of nuclear waste. There's uranium mine and mill waste, which is the byproduct of the uranium mining and milling. There is low-level radioactive waste, which contains minimal amounts of radioactive substances. It's things like boots and gloves that have been used to clean reactor facilities. These generally do not require shielding for the workers. Then there's intermediate level waste, which contains more radioactive substances. And common radioactive intermediate level waste forms are things like resins and filters, which are used in nuclear power plants to clean the water. This category also includes medical isotopes and radioactive sources that are used in radiation therapy for treating cancer. Intermediate level waste generally requires more protection and more isolation, and the workers that are handling intermediate level waste typically have to wear protective equipment. And then the final category is high level waste, which is the main focus of today. So high level waste is mainly used nuclear fuel from nuclear power plants. In a nuclear power reactor, fresh uranium goes into the reactor. It undergoes a process called fission, which is a method to generate heat and electricity, and then after which it comes out of the reactor and it's put into something called a spent fuel bay. After it comes out of the reactor, it is very radioactive, so the spent fuel bay allows for the shielding of the workers, because water protects against radiation, as well as provide cooling for the fuels, because the fuel is physically hot as it comes out of the reactor, and the radiation that it emits causes heat generation. After the 7 to 10 year period in the spent fuel bay, it is moved to a concrete canister. The design of these canisters vary depending on the facility that you go to, but the one on the slide is called a dry storage container, and these are used at Ontario power generation sites. That's where the fuel is currently stored. So at site right now, all the used nuclear fuel are stored in these dry storage containers, or sometimes they're mag stores depending on the facility. Although the radioactivity level of this fuel decreases relatively quickly in the first 10 years, so in the first 10 years it goes down by 99%, it takes about another 1,000,000 years for it to decrease to the original level of natural uranium. So this is why there is a solution is required for the storage of long used nuclear fuel. Anyways, I'm going to move on to the CNSC. So as I said earlier, CNSC is Canada's nuclear regulator. Anytime there is a radiation or nuclear-related facility, the CNSC comes in. We make sure that it's regulated and safe. We're Canada's nuclear regulator, which means that we independently regulate the use of nuclear energy and materials to protect the health, safety, security, and the environment. Our second part of the mandate is to implement our international commitments on the peaceful use of nuclear energy, and to disseminate scientific, technical, and regulatory information to the public, which is what we're doing today. We are an independent federal authority. We're not the Nuclear Waste Management Organization. We don't submit projects for approval. We don't care how much money a project will make. We only care about protecting the health and safety of the public and the environment. Safety continues to be CNSC's #1 priority. As for how we actually work at the CNSC is composed of 2 components. There's the Independent Commission and CNSC staff. The Commission is the independent decision maker. They have no influence from the nuclear industry. The Commission is composed of members with various backgrounds. So we have doctors, geologists, lawyers, a whole range of technical backgrounds. Recent additions to the Commission include Ms. Indira Maharaj, who was previously an environmental lawyer, Mr. Randall Kagi, who was the previous chief of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, and Dr. Remenda, who was the previous head of CNSC's Independent Advisory Group. Then there is CNSC staff, which is what I'm part of. CNSC staff performs several functions, such as conducting expert research and analysis, conducting inspections of licensees, conducting activities to enforce licensee compliance, so issuing orders or revoking licenses, and when necessary, we appear before the commission at commission proceedings to answer questions. CNSC staff is made up of experts such as radiation and environmental protection specialists, nuclear physicists and engineers, geologists, and other various scientific disciplines. Most of CNSC staff work in Ottawa and at our headquarters or laboratory, but CNSC also has site offices at all the nuclear facilities across Canada, as well as 4 regional offices. So CNSC regulates the nuclear industry across Canada. As to what we regulate the entire nuclear fuel cycle, which means everything from uranium mining and milling, transportation of the milled product, uranium fuel processing, all the way to nuclear power plants and radioactive waste. We also regulate nuclear substances and radiation devices that are used in the academic research, industrial, and medical centers. As to actually how we regulate, the CNSC is first governed by the Nuclear Safety and Control Act. This gives us outlines the broad powers that the CNSC has to regulate the nuclear industry. Then there are the regulations, which goes into more specific details as to how we regulate the industry. And then there are the licenses of the licensees. So this contains a rule book of how they should operate the facility and the requirements that they need to obey in order to continue operating. And then there are regulatory documents which go into the specifics on how they should accomplish that task. CNSC's commitment to Indigenous people and the public. So the CNSC is an open and transparent regulator. We share all of the information on our website, so CNSC's website. We have a social media page, and we share information through various outreach, community outreach activities such as this one. You can also call our information hotline or email us at any time with any questions or concerns that you have. As an agent of the Crown, it is CNSC's responsibility for meeting the Crown's duty to consult and to come to your communities and to honor the Crown. We are committed to building a long-term positive relationship with Indigenous communities and advancing reconciliation. We are more than happy to come to your communities at any time to listen to concerns that you may have or present on a topical area. As mentioned earlier, CNSC is committed to building a long-term relationship with Indigenous groups who have interest in the facilities that we regulate. We strive to engage in meaningful, ongoing discussions to address concerns throughout the whole life cycle of the project and to support their participation in the CNSC process. We also expect this of CNSC licensees, and we encourage them to engage early and often with Indigenous groups. As for CNSC's activities on the 8 p.m. project, we are in the pre-licensing phase, which means that we have not received an application from the NWMO to proceed with licensing. NWMO expects to select a site in either South Bruce or Ignace in late 2024, and with 2025 expecting to submit documents to support their integrated impact assessment to the Impact Assessment Agency of Canada. The timeline to note is not CNSC's timeline. It'll take however long it takes for us to verify safety during the site preparation license application. So the first licensing phase, CNSC staff will review the information received and ensure that it meets CNSC's rigorous regulatory expectations that ensures the health and safety of the people and the environment are protected. I should also note on this slide that each licensing stage, so there's site preparation, construction, operation, closure. Each of those will also require a subsequent licensing decision. So this is not the only decision that will be made. Every step requires going to the commission. Here we go. CNSC is also conducting research during this time. Various research projects across the CNSC include investigating the performance of a DGR, so the barrier performance. So there's the natural barrier, which is the host rock, and then there's engineered barriers such as the copper and the bentonite buffer box. CNSC performs independent research from the NWMO to analyze this performance. Next slide. Something to expect when we're the regulator, if this project goes ahead, is our, is our continued engagement with the communities. If a project goes ahead, we'll have a continuous regulatory role, meaning we'll be conducting inspections of the facility, we'll be performing independent research and data throughout the entire life cycle, we'll be performing independent environmental monitoring, so any nuclear facility in Canada, like a nuclear power plant, we have an independent monitoring program where we go collect samples of data to verify the results and compare them against the licensee to ensure that they are compliant with the environmental guidelines. And we confirm that the safety case is updated throughout the entire lifespan of the facility to ensure that it is correlating with the best possible information at the time. And as for the how the first licensing review stage is gonna be performed, is under something called One Project, One Review. So there's the Integrated Impact Assessment on Nuclear Designated Projects. Some of you may be familiar with the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act, but that act was replaced in 2019 with the Impact Assessment Act, which requires certain projects called designated projects undergo an impact assessment. Any nuclear designated projects are automatically referred to an integrated review panel. This process is integrated because it meets the requirements of both the Impact Assessment Act and the Nuclear Safety Control Act, which is the act I aforementioned in our How We Regulate slide. The Impact Assessment Agency would lead the integrated impact assessment, and the CNSC would provide technical knowledge as well as lead the review of the license application. The overall goal is one project, one review. To prepare for the first integrated impact assessment, the CNSC signed a memorandum of understanding with the Impact Assessment Act in 2019, the Impact Assessment Agency in 2019, and the purpose of the memorandum of understanding is to outline the roles and responsibilities of the agency as well as the CNSC. And you can find the memorandum of understanding on our website. So now I'm going to pass the presentation over to the Impact Assessment Agency of Canada.
So, good morning, and thank you to my colleague Julia from the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission for the introduction, to the organizers from the City of Dryden, to the Anishinaabe peoples on whose traditional territory we meet today, and of course to all of you in the room and on the stream for taking the time today to learn a little bit about our Impact Assessment Act. My name is Connor Anderson, and I'm a project manager in the Ontario Regional Office of the Impact Assessment Agency of Canada. Over the next 30 minutes or so, I'm going to provide an overview of the Impact Assessment Act, the process, and the integrated assessment process, which is a special kind of impact assessment that applies to certain projects that have a life cycle regulator attached to them, such as nuclear projects. I'll also speak to opportunities for public and Indigenous participation in the process and try to convince you as to why it's important to participate. Okay. Sorry, I'm managing two screens here. All right, so as I noted, I'll talk a little bit about who we are, what we do, the act that created us. I'll talk about the impact assessment process. There's a quick video that is a little bit more interesting than watching me drone on. Then we'll talk about what makes an integrated review panel process unique. Talk about the pre-planning phase, where we are technically, it's kind of an unofficial phase that we're in now. Talk about the planning phase, which is the first official phase of impact assessment, and then talk about some next steps. So, the Impact Assessment Agency of Canada. So, the agency is a federal government body, and we're accountable to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. I think it's important to note that we're not part of Environment and Climate Change Canada. So while we share a minister, we're in the same portfolio, we're actually a separate agency, and our sole purpose is implementing the Impact Assessment Act, which in fact was the act that created our agency. So the Impact Assessment, the Federal Impact Assessment Agency leads federal assessments, which are designed to contribute to informed decision-making, support sustainable development, and reduce the potential adverse effects of projects. So the Impact Assessment Act, which came into force in August of 2019, so it's still a fairly young piece of legislation, it outlines the process for conducting impact assessments, with the goal of helping the Government of Canada in making its decisions to understand possible impacts of projects before they start, and identifying ways of reducing or eliminating the negative impacts, and in some cases enhancing or augmenting the positive aspects of a project. Ultimately, the goal of our Act is to inform decision makers about potential effects, be those positive or negative effects to the environment, to economic, health, or social conditions, and potential impacts to Indigenous peoples and their rights as protected by the Constitution Act 1982. So with that, we'll go to our short video, and I will hope that it works here without a hitch. Oh, maybe not. Oh, it seems to be loading. With no sound, eh?
If a major project was proposed near where you live, what potential impacts would matter most to you? The Impact Assessment Agency of Canada evaluates impacts of proposed major projects. Through the impact assessment process, we seek comments from various people, including different levels of government, non-governmental organizations, Indigenous groups, and the public. During the first phase, we ask people to identify key issues. We also determine what needs to be assessed and how people want to participate. We look at positive and negative impacts and determine if the project needs an assessment. In the second phase, the project developer follows established guidelines. It conducts studies and consults with various people to prepare an impact statement. This sets out the potential impacts of the project and how some can be reduced. In the next phase, we use the impact statement to prepare a report that draws on science, Indigenous knowledge, and public and Indigenous community input. In the fourth phase, the minister or government in council uses the impact assessment report to determine if the project is in the public interest. If yes, the minister establishes conditions to reduce negative impacts that the developer must legally meet. In the last phase, we verify and enforce compliance of the conditions. As you've seen, a range of views and information is key for a thorough impact assessment. Learn more about how you can have your say.
All right, back on track. So that short video, which with a much better soundtrack than I have here, outlined the 5 major phases of impact assessment. So I'll recap them briefly. In the planning phase, we determine whether an impact assessment of a proposal is required. That's phase number 1 on the slide. If an assessment is required, we look at how we will cooperate with other jurisdictions, how the public will be engaged during the process, how Indigenous communities will be engaged, any federal permits that are required, and the scope of the assessment. So what are the studies and information that needs to be provided to the proponent? In phase 2, the impact statement, the proponent will go out and collect that information, create a report that is then submitted. In this case, in the case of the NWMO Adaptive Phase Management Project, that report would be submitted to a panel. In phase 3, a panel would undertake the impact assessment. I'll speak a little bit about the panel process in a few slides from now. Phase 4, the governor and council, or what we usually call cabinet, will decide whether the potential adverse effects of the project are significant and whether the project is in the public interest. And if it is, then it will proceed to phase 5, where, as the NWMO noted this morning, there may be activities such as follow-up and monitoring and compliance to ensure that any conditions that are set by the minister's decision statement are being met by the proponent. Now, one thing I do want to call your attention to on this slide is those little circular icons, which may be hard to see from the back. But you'll notice that there's a lot of participants in this process. And in 4 out of the 5 steps, Indigenous peoples are involved, and the public at large. So in particular, in the planning phase, which is the first phase, deciding whether a full impact assessment is required, that's going to be a subject on which we receive input from the public and Indigenous groups. And then understanding what are the key issues and concerns within the community, and what are the things that the proponent really needs to provide evidence on, is also something on which we welcome the public's input. Now, just to situate ourselves, as has been mentioned already today, the assessment process, the regulatory process for this project has not begun and will not begin until the Nuclear Waste Management Organization selects a site. So we anticipate a site selection would occur sometime in 2024, after which an initial project description would be submitted to the Impact Assessment Agency, which would initiate the Impact Assessment Act and the joint review process by the agency and the CNSC. Thanks, Julia. So I've mentioned that there are opportunities for public participation. You might be thinking, why does it matter? Well, I'm sure if you're in the room, you know why public participation matters. But it's so important to the Government of Canada that, in fact, one of the purposes of the Impact Assessment Act is to enable opportunities to provide meaningful public participation during an impact assessment. And it's because it's you, members of the public, that are on the ground and are closest to the project and are going to understand the potential adverse effects of the project, the negatives, the ways it may change your life and the life of your offspring, etc. But you may also be keenly aware of the potential benefits that it may bring to your community, whether that's through things like jobs or through investment in the local communities. Ultimately, the plan for public participation in impact assessments is that the public can have a say in how projects are designed and how any potential negative impacts could be reduced or mitigated. So public participation during impact assessment happens in a number of ways. Our transparency platform, if you will, is the Canadian Impact Assessment Registry. And so that's where all records associated with the project will be shared, including the initial project description that kicks off our process. And then there's a commenting feature there for members of the public to submit comments on the project. And in fact, even federal experts and other reviewers submit their comments through the registry so that the public has access to all of the same information as does the government, or in this case, as does the panel. We look to the public to identify key issues of concern and potential opportunities that could be provided to the public. We will also use our impact assessment registry to post public notices anytime there's a public engagement activity, and certainly when there are public hearings associated with the review panel process. So I've talked, I'll speak to this on the next slide. Thank you. This is awkward. In addition to meaningful public engagement, consultation with Indigenous communities is also important and top of mind for the Impact Assessment Agency. In an integrated assessment process, we share the duty to consult that the CNSC has noted, and in fact, it's the agency that is the Crown Consultation Coordinator for the purposes of the Impact Assessment Act. We seek to work with Indigenous peoples to advance reconciliation, and we also encourage proponents to build trusted relationships with Indigenous communities to foster reconciliation and integrate Indigenous knowledge in the impact assessment process. And in fact, the Impact Assessment Act requires that any Indigenous knowledge that is available to the government, to the panel, or to the proponent is included and informs the ultimate report that's provided to Governor and Council, well, to the Minister and referred to Governor and Council. So I've noted things that the agency does to foster meaningful public engagement and Indigenous engagement, but I should note that in parallel, the proponent is expected to be undertaking public and Indigenous engagement even prior to beginning the planning phase. So the proponent is, I understand, is already undertaking public and Indigenous engagement, and that will continue through all stages of the project, including if the project is approved, through the carrying out and implementation of the project. Some opportunities that the proponent could offer Indigenous communities is the chance to co-develop portions of the impact statement that outlines the potential impacts of the project, and allowing both Indigenous communities and the public to have input on the potential mitigation measures, as I've noted, for the potential impacts of the project, both impacts to people and also for Indigenous communities, specifically potential impacts on their rights. The proponent is also encouraged to provide opportunities for participation in the monitoring and follow-up activities that would follow the carrying out of a project if approved. So if you're thinking, well, that all sounds great, but I don't know how to participate, I don't have the capacity. Well, there is participant funding available, which could be used to compensate an expert reviewer and support your organizations. This becomes available during the planning phase, so once the impact assessment process has begun, and there are grants offered both for the review of the initial project description and then also for the review of the tailored impact statement guidelines should an impact assessment be required. Okay, so I've talked a little bit about integrated assessments, and I keep talking about this panel, so I'm going to explain now what it is about integrated assessments that makes them unique. So anytime a project includes activities that are regulated under the Nuclear Safety and Control Act, our minister is required or obligated under our act to refer the assessment to a review panel. Such projects are referred to a review panel in recognition of the complexity of projects in the nuclear sector and the large public interest or high degree of public interest in these types of projects. What is it that makes an integrated review panel different? While the impact assessment will not be conducted by the agency, it will be conducted by an independent group of experts, including at least one member put forward from a roster of the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission. The panel of experts will conduct the assessment, hold a public hearing, and prepare the report, the impact assessment report, that will contain conclusions and advice to the decision makers. That same independent panel will be responsible for making the initial licensing decisions under the Nuclear Safety and Control Act. As Julia mentioned, the agency and the CNSC do have an agreement or a memorandum of understanding that outlines how we will work together in conducting integrated assessments in order to achieve the principle of one project, one assessment. And as Julia noted, you can find this on both websites, both IAA's website, IAAC's website and the CNSC's website. So we'll talk a little bit more about how the review panel is formed. So as I've noted, they are independent experts. So when we say they're independent, that means the members of the review panel are not government employees, they're not public servants. Often they're academics, consultants, or field-specific experts. And the panel operates outside of government influence. So once the review panel has been appointed, the federal government is essentially just another participant in the independent review process and won't have any insight into the final recommendations of the panel until that panel publicly releases its report. Members of the review panel are selected based on some criteria. So in order to form a part of the review panel, a member must have knowledge or experience related to the potential effects of the project, so they should be an expert in the field, or knowledge of the interests and concerns of Indigenous peoples related to the assessment. And that reviewer also must be unbiased and free of any conflict of interest. So, members of the nuclear industry, for instance, may not be able to be members of the panel. In the case of an integrated review with the CNSC, one member of the panel, at least one member of the panel, needs to be put forward from a roster of individuals selected by the CNSC for their nuclear expertise. However, the CNSC roster members cannot form the majority of panel members. As I've noted, once the review panel is formed, it's the panel that's responsible for conducting the impact assessment, which includes collecting information and holding the public hearing. So the public hearing is a key component of the review panel process. It provides an opportunity for participants to provide their views directly to the integrated review panel. And those participants include experts and also members of the public and Indigenous communities. And that hearing may be organized into different separate sessions, such as technical sessions, general sessions, or community sessions with Indigenous groups. Often public hearings are located in the communities that are most likely to be impacted by the project, so that it's in order to facilitate participation by those members or those persons that are most likely to feel the effects of the project. Following the panel hearing, the review panel will prepare its report outlining its conclusions and recommendations to Governor and Council under the Impact Assessment Act and making the initial licensing decisions under the Nuclear Safety and Control Act. Again, that's with this goal of achieving one project, one assessment. However, before we get to the review panel process, which would begin, the panel begins to form really in phase 2 of impact assessment as the proponent is collecting, creating its impact statement. And then the panel, of course, leads phase 3, the impact assessment phase. But on our way there, there's 2 phases that are led from the Ontario Regional Office, which is why yours truly is speaking today. So those are the pre-planning phase and the planning phase. And I'm going to speak about those in reverse chronological order. So I'll talk about where we're headed, the planning phase, and then what we can do now as we prepare to enter that phase. There we go. So my animations are going to appear here. So during the planning phase is initiated, pressing the wrong keyboard, by the submission of an initial project description. So the initial project description is created by the proponent, by the NWMO, and I'll talk about the contents of that in a couple of slides, but essentially it outlines what is being proposed. If the initial project description meets the regulations, the Information and Management of Time Limits regulations, which essentially is a minimum marking rubric, if you will, of the information that needs to be included in an initial project description, it will be posted on our Canadian Impact Assessment Registry, and a comment period would be the first step. A public engagement period is the first step in the impact assessment process. During that engagement period, we're looking to hear from members of the public, from Indigenous communities, from provincial ministries, from federal experts, and from any other interested parties as to the potential impacts of the project, whether the proponent has correctly characterized the potential impacts in the initial project description, whether they've left things out, what are your hopes, your fears, your concerns about the project. Upon completion of that comment phase, the Impact Assessment Agency will prepare a document called a Summary of Issues. This is essentially kind of a list of the key concerns and the key issues that were raised during that comment period, and that's provided to the proponent, to the NWMO, for their response. The proponent will then have 30 days, although I'll note that the proponent does have the option to pause the timeline. What we're looking for is a robust and reasoned response from the proponent, and so if they need more than 30 days to develop that response, then they can take that under our Act. But the proponent is going to create something called a detailed project description, which builds on the initial project description based on the information that has come to light during that first comment period. And it importantly includes responses to the summary of issues. So the proponent will outline how it intends to address the concerns that were raised. In some cases, in some projects, a proponent can adequately address, show that there are regulatory processes, or show that it has mitigation options for all of the effects that have been raised. In those cases, the agency may determine that no impact assessment is required. For a complex project or a project with another life cycle regulator, it's most likely that an impact assessment would be required. And so if an impact assessment is required, then that determination would be posted to the public registry, and in the case of the adaptive phase management project, as the minister is obligated to refer the assessment to a review panel, the referral to the review panel would also happen somewhere around the middle of the planning phase, typically around day 80. So subsequent then to that first phase of the planning phase, that's where we get into the planning portion. So the impact assessment is required, and the agency will develop, in consultation with the CNSC, draft documents that will describe how we will cooperate with other jurisdictions, including the province of Ontario, what federal permits are required. So as noted, there may be DFO permits or ACCC permits. How Indigenous communities will be engaged and participate in the assessment, how the public will be participate in the assessment, And then the tailored impact statement guidelines, which are what I've noted, that's the scoping document. That tells the proponent, these are the concerns, these are the issues that you need to go out, study, and report back on in your impact statement report. That process typically takes around 100 days, in which the draft versions of these documents will be created, and there will be a public comment period on those drafts. So the public, Indigenous communities, federal experts, and provincial ministers, or provincial ministries rather, will have the opportunity to provide feedback and expertise in order to finalize those documents, which will then be provided to the proponent at the end of the planning phase, and we'll move into the impact statement phase when the proponent will collect the information that's required of it in those tailored impact statement guidelines. I won't speak to phase 2 now because frankly we're many years away from that phase at the time, and as we get into a formal impact assessment process, there will be there will be those public engagement activities where we'll look at where we are and where we're going next. So phase 1 is really where we're going next. And I'll talk now in 1 second about what we can do as we prepare to enter. I do want to just note that I was remiss and I did not note that that grant funding that I mentioned earlier is released both for the review of the initial project description, so on the previous slide, and then also for the review of these 5 plans that are created. So the public would be invited to provide overview or input into the tailored impact statement guidelines in the public participation plan, Indigenous communities into the tailored impact statement guidelines in the Indigenous engagement and partnership plan, federal authorities into the tailored impact statement guidelines in the permitting plan, and then the province, the cooperation plan, and those tailored impact statement guidelines. Okay, so the next step in order to activate or begin our impact assessment process is the submission of an initial project description. So that is a document that is prepared by the NWMO, the proponent, and it includes a description of the project and its location, the existing conditions, be they environmental, health, social, or economic, potential effects, and any Indigenous, federal, or provincial or municipal involvement. The summary of the initial project description will also be created, which is a plain language summary. Both documents will be posted to the Canadian Impact Assessment Registry, so the public will have access to all the same information as will expert reviewers, but the summary is just meant to be a slightly easier to digest version. At this phase, because there's no impact assessment, the Impact Assessment Agency is not actively soliciting comments on this project, and instead recommends that any comments on the project be provided to the proponent such that it can inform the proponent's initial project description. If you do choose to engage with the proponent and provide comments, you should consider providing your comments thinking about the environment holistically. So the components of the environment such as air, water, land, how do these interact to enable community well-being and ecological well-being? Oh, sorry, I missed the slide here. So here we see those components, air, water, land, and so when we're thinking about air, we're thinking about sound, light, and air quality. When we're thinking about water, we're thinking about water quality, navigation, fish and fish habitat. When we're thinking about land, we're thinking about vegetation, species, etc. And then, of course, slightly to the outside, as you'll see in this figure, the way we use those resources is also important. I've noted that the Impact Assessment Act also considers health, social, and economic impacts, and so you can also consider providing comments on these areas: economic effects, social effects such as strain to social services, or potential opportunities for investment in social services, impacts to health, mental health or physical health, and how all of these realms combine to enable your personal well-being and your community's well-being. So I noted that we're not actively soliciting comments on the project. However, as we are beginning to do pre-assessment engagement, and as we plan for that first comment period in the planning phase, the agency is keen to hear from your communities about how you want to be engaged. What are the platforms and methods, locations that best work for you? And so we would be very keen to hear your suggestions as to whether in-person or virtual meetings are appropriate. But we also encourage you to share, of course, that feedback with the proponent, as the proponent should be engaging your communities actively at the present time. Okay, so my last two slides, and you'll be rid of me. Some next steps. So as I've noted, we're not in the formal assessment process yet. That will occur once site selection has been completed. But we are in sort of an informal pre-assessment phase where we're available to build capacity for impact assessment, to explain our process, and to begin establishing the important relationships with your communities and with Indigenous groups, so that we can ensure that the impact assessment is successful. Once the site has been selected and the initial project description is submitted to our agency, the agency and the CNSC will notify the public, both via public notice, via direct mail if you are interested, that the initial project description has been accepted and that the impact assessment process has begun with a public comment period. So, if I can leave you with a few take-home messages, at the risk of repeating this next sentence ad nauseum, the impact assessment, the regulatory process, has not begun, and it will begin once the NWMO has selected a site. So if you have concerns about, that you haven't had a chance to voice your opinions about the project, or you don't agree with which communities are allowed to provide input, I'll just note that the regulatory process is yet to come, and you can provide input, and you will have your opportunity to inform the assessment. So the agency and CNSC will notify the public if there are any upcoming phases in the impact assessment process, such as opportunities for capacity building or for training. And I'll note that you will hear from us prior to the submission of an initial project description, as we expect to begin, so that we can begin to put some of that grant funding, earmark some of that grant funding, and ensure that folks are ready to review the document and provide comments in that first comment period. You can visit my colleague Ian and myself at our booth in the lobby if you would like to sign up for our distribution list, and then you will be on our email list. We don't have a formal newsletter or anything like that, but we will send you a notice when major milestones are met. On my slide, you also can see my name, Connor Anderson. Again, I'm the project manager for the Ontario Regional Office. We'll be leading the pre-planning and planning phases of the assessment, and we have a project-specific inbox that you can write to there. It's nuclear waste-déchets nucléaires at IAAC.gc.ca. And with that, that's all for me, and I will turn the floor back to my colleagues here.
Scott, do you have the mic back there? I think there is a Q&A at the end, but I'm not sure if you wanted to wait till the end, Scott, or not. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Anderson. So, good morning, bon matin. My name is Eric Lemoyne, and I'm the Director of Transport Licensing and Strategic Support at the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission. I'm in the Directorate of Nuclear Substance Regulation. So what does all that mean? Well, anyway, from a transport perspective, we look after the assessments and certifications of packages, not just for waste and used fuel, but packages that are required that need to be certified in order to ship nuclear materials and nuclear substances in Canada. And with me here today is Raj Garg. Maybe online this won't work, but Raj, if you could just wave your hand. So Raj is down there, and this will become a little bit clearer throughout the presentation. So Raj is one of the people that does the assessments of packages. And we also have François Dagenet, who is over there in the corner.
He is a transport officer, and they're both inspectors, but in particular, transport officers and Francois, they go and do inspections of carriers and licensees to make sure that our regulations are being met. So the three of us will be available at the booth throughout the day today and tomorrow if you want to ask us questions. So the purpose of the presentation today is really to provide a brief overview of the federal regulatory controls for the transport of nuclear substances in Canada that ensure the safety of the public and the environment. So the transport of nuclear substances, including radioactive waste, is carried out safely in Canada. The overall safety record of the transport of nuclear substances in Canada has historically been excellent. There's never been any serious injuries, overexposure, fatality, or environmental consequences attributable to the radioactive nature of such materials being transported. And this safety record of radioactive material shipments is backed by a stringent regulatory regime that has been in place and under continuous review for more than 60 years. It was actually recognized, very early on in, let's say, the birth of the nuclear industry worldwide, that it was going to be really important to make sure everything was sorted out with transport early on, because there was going to be sort of this international borders and things like that would be crossed. So it was very important early on from the International Atomic Energy Agency to make sure they had things sorted out when it came to the transport of nuclear substances. And you don't really have to take my word for it. There is the International Atomic Energy Agency. They offer a service called the Regulatory Review Service Mission, which we underwent one in 2019. And it assesses regulators, basically. And some of our practices when it came to the certification of packages were highlighted as best practices. And that report, I believe there's at least a summary report available on our website where you can see those results. So the United Nations regulations and Transport Canada regulations classify dangerous goods into 9 classes, and class 7 is the one that's related to radioactive material, and that's where the CNSC and our regulations get involved. In addition to the shipment of nuclear fuel cycle products, which is sort of the focus of today, in particular used fuel, right? But there are other ones as well, like uranium ore, uranium hexafluoride, nuclear fuel bundles, and nuclear waste, as I mentioned. It also involves the transport of substances for medical use, industrial uses, such as transport of portable gauges used in construction sites, fixed gauges. There's gauges that actually just measure the level of liquids in bottles, and industrial radiography. There's also a transport of nuclear substances to support academia and research purposes. And then there are commercial services as well that use transportation. For example, if a radiation device needs to be serviced, it needs to be perhaps transported to an authorized service provider. And it's this number is kind of surprising to me when I first learned it, but worldwide there's over 10 million radioactive material packages are safely transported each year. And we'll talk about that a little bit more in the Q&A if you want. So at the federal level, transport of radioactive material is in Canada is jointly regulated by the CNSC and Transport Canada. There are other players as well, like provincial authorities, who play a role, for example, in performing the actual vehicle inspections. On our website, I don't have it here on the slide, unfortunately. On our website, we have a relatively new infographic that tries to explain who does what in that sort of sandbox, right? Both at the federal and provincial levels. Kind of explains what Transport Canada does, what the CNSC does, what Transport Canada and CNSC do together, and then what the province does. So there's multiple layers to ensure safety. There's international requirements, domestic requirements, and our transport regulations actually incorporate the international requirements, which have been developed over many decades. And there's specific licensing in some cases for higher risk materials, such as used fuel. So for transport of spent nuclear fuel, a license is required that's issued by the CNSC. Nuclear substances must be transported in very specific packaging. There are different types, and the basic premise of transport is that the safety relies heavily on the design of the package. This is sort of the fundamental principle, so the idea doesn't matter what mode of transport you're using. The idea is that the package is safe in both normal operating conditions and in accident conditions. There's different types of packages used to transport radioactive materials, and it depends on the radionuclide, so what's in there, its quantity, and the form, is it solid or is it liquid? So I'll just go over, there's generally two broad categories. There's packages that, sorry, get away from the mic there. There are packages that don't require certification, however, there's still requirements that they have to meet. And when we do inspections, we go and check to make sure that they have documents to assure that they meet those requirements. And then there's packages that need to be certified by the CNSC, which means people like Raj do the assessment and then make a recommendation as to whether or not it should be certified. So on your left, for example, there's a type A package there. This is, I don't know specifically this one, but for things like medical isotopes. And these do not need to be certified. In the middle picture, you can see a package that does need to be certified, and this could be perhaps, again, some sort of isotope that needs to be shipped in bulk material, in bulk form to a place where it'll be processed into perhaps maybe the smaller packages that you see on the left. And then on the right, this is not the package proposed by NWMO to be used to ship fuel to a deep geological repository. However, this is a type B fissile package that would be used to transport used nuclear fuel. There are, of course, additional controls as well. So packages or designs are combined with other regulatory controls, such as the labeling. You have the right stickers on there that explain what it is, the placarding on the outside of the vehicles, and then there's quality assurance and maintenance records that we review as well to make sure that everything's being maintained appropriately. And this all allows nuclear substances to be carried and transported safely in all modes of transport. If you do want to pick up our regulations, so the Packaging and Transport of Nuclear Substance Regulations 2015, there is some language in there. So you'll often hear the word consigner. So this is basically the person who is shipping the materials. They must display the appropriate safety marks and labels and placards that verify, and also they have to have properly trained staff. In the case of an accident, this is going to segue into the other slides after this, the labels on the package and the shipping documents can be used by first responders such as local police and fire to determine the presence and the nature of the material. So while we have a really great, perhaps, history, we don't want to just rely on that, right? The idea is to be prepared for things that are unplanned or uneventualities that may occur. So this nuclear emergency preparedness and response in Canada is a multi-jurisdictional responsibility shared by federal, provincial, and municipal governments as well as licensees. Transport Canada regulations require a 24-hour emergency telephone number on the shipping document to ensure that the appropriate technical assistance is immediately available to emergency responders. There's also a 24-hour number that is, it's called CANUTEC. It's operated by Transport Canada, and they can offer assistance as well to first responders. And the CNSC, we have duty officers online 24/7 as well who can respond and help persons involved in the remediation of an accident as well. Our staff, so such inspectors such as Raj and Francois, for example, they can go on site if required and provide guidance and oversight. However, we're not first responders. We're not organized to be the first responders on scene necessarily for a transport event. So Raj and Francois are very knowledgeable in this area as well. However, there's actually a whole different division that looks after security at the CNSC. It's called the Nuclear Security Division. So if we can't answer your questions today about that specifically, we'll take an action and forward them on to the correct people. In some cases, such as it's not in every case of a transport of nuclear substances, but used fuel in particular, a security plan is required by the nuclear security regulations. And this includes, for example, threat assessment information, proposed security measures such as vehicle anti-theft devices, escort requirements, continuous tracking, and other administrative security measures. And information on specific shipment details, such as the schedule and the route, is limited because of the sensitive nature. So compliance activities, so CNSC inspectors, we ensure compliance with the regulations through inspections of the package certificate holders, the users of the package, and the carriers. So the carriers would be the trucks or the companies that use the trucks to transport nuclear substances. And Raj and Francois, as I mentioned, are both qualified inspectors. There's also provincial inspectors who conduct the roadside inspections of the vehicles themselves. Thank you very much for your time. Like I said, Raj, Francois, and I will be available after the presentation during the day, today and tomorrow, if you'd like to talk or ask us questions about this. And I'll now pass back to Julia.
Thank you. Okay. As for our conclusion, we only have 2 slides left on this. So in summary, Indigenous engagement and public participation are an ongoing commitment, and they are important to the CNSC process. We're happy to receive any concerns that you have today, and we'll be in the hall nearby to talk about how we regulate the nuclear industry. And all the information that we talked about today you can find online. So we have videos on how we regulate, infographics on how we regulate. All that is available on our website. With respect to the NWMO 8 p.m. project, CNSC will continue to engage early with communities such as this. And if a license application is submitted to the CNSC, it'd be subject to a rigorous safety-focused review of the project. And just for a final slide, CNSC staff and the Commission work together to ensure that the public is protected and that we are an independent regulator. Staff review applications and the Commission issue licenses, though in this case, as we heard today, for license prepare site, it'll be an impact assessment panel. The decisions are based on the best available knowledge, which does include traditional Western science as well as Indigenous knowledge, and staff will continue to verify safety and compliance, and we have the ability to take action if needed. We are not the NWMO, so we're not the Nuclear Waste Management Organization, nor are we industry. We don't select sites, so we don't determine if it's Ignace or South Bruce. We don't own, manage, or construct nuclear projects. We don't issue approvals for the boreholes, and we are not for or against nuclear. We do not promote the nuclear industry. Thank you so much for having us here today, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you to Lise, Julia, Eric, and Connor. I do believe that we have at least one question that has come through the online portal, and then after we take care of those, we will pass it on to anyone on the floor that has any questions.
Hello. I'm just going to read to you guys a question that came in online, and then if you have a question in the room, just put your hand up, and I'm happy to bring you the microphone. So this is an anonymous question. Outside of NWMO's willingness decision, will Dryden and surrounding area have their voices and concerns heard before the DGR is built?
I can take that first and then pass it to IAAC if they have any additional comment. So the NWMO's definition of a willingness community is not necessarily the CNSC's definition of a willing community. We're not beholden to what they've defined as a community. Our scope is fairly large, and we're happy to hear comments from both Ignace, Dryden, and any Indigenous community in the surrounding area. So as a brief answer, yes, we're happy to hear any opinion and any concern that you have on the project.
Yeah, with regard to the integrated assessment process, there are opportunities, as I've mentioned, for public engagement, and it is the communities that are most likely to be impacted that will probably play host to these public hearing sessions. So I would expect that the City of Dryden would certainly be invited to provide feedback to the panel and inform the panel's report that would eventually inform the Government of Canada's decision.
Hello, it's Lise. I'm not sure, can you hear me? And did you want me to interject right now?
Or we can hear you okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, so I just wanted to indicate that, absolutely we've been very clear that we need a willingness indication from Ignace and from Wabigoon Lake Ojibwe Nation, without whose express willingness and support we will not proceed. Having said that, though, we absolutely will be looking at what is the regional base of support or not, and we are absolutely wanting to engage with Dryden residents and hear their concerns and answer their questions. And I think consistent with what the CNSC and IAAC are saying, as we move towards a impact assessment, we would have to be demonstrating the impact on a regional basis. So, and we would have to be discussing that and absolutely addressing concerns and mitigations that Dryden residents would want to see as part of the project. And then I would just point out that, we do have a significant neighboring community agreement with Dryden, which also lays out the fact that we need to do engagement in Dryden. And we've also committed to Dryden that we'll be looking at any specific gaps that may have occurred as a result of the current IGNES study. So in other words, are there areas specific to Dryden that we haven't addressed as part of those studies? Do we need some Dryden-specific studies to look at those? And so we absolutely are committed to continuing to work with Dryden.
Wonderful, thank you. I'm going to open the questions to the floor. Please raise your hand and I'm happy to bring the microphone.
Thank you all for your presentations. I sit on the Dryden Nuclear Education and Engagement Committee. My name is Shane McKinnon. I have a question in regards to Impact Assessment Agency. I believe Mr. Anderson, if I'm not mistaken. Can you give us an example where you've worked in concert with the CNSC to review a project, what that project would be, and are the key documents available to the public?
Sure. So with regard to the specific integrated assessment process that I've outlined today, we anticipate that the NWMO would be the first. However, it wouldn't be the first panel review. So there were assessments under our former act, the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act, and I believe my colleague Colette, who's the director of the Review Panels Division, is on the line, so I'll pass the mic to her for the response.
Thanks, Connor. Can you just confirm that you can hear me?
We can hear you, yes, go ahead.
Perfect, thank you so much. So as Connor indicated, we have in the past conducted joint review panels with the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission under our former legislation. And in those cases, we were reviewing two different types of projects within the nuclear sector, I would classify or sort of characterize it as. We've reviewed a number of new nuclear facilities, so requests by proponents to expand or develop existing reactors. And we also reviewed a proposal put forward by the Ontario Power Generation to develop a deep geologic repository for low and intermediate level radioactive waste. So those assessments were completed under our former legislation, and all of the key documents that were submitted as part of that assessment are available on the Canadian Impact Assessment Registry. And I'm not sure who it was that asked the question, but I'm sure if you were to follow up with Connor or with our colleagues who are in the room, they would be able to point you in the right direction on our registry in terms of how to find that documentation. Thank you.
Well, did you have any follow-up questions? You're okay. Does anyone else in the room have a question? I'll make my way over to you. I might as well, actually. Why not?
Yes, thank you. My name is Norm Bush, Councillor for City of Dryden. I've got two questions for Lise. One is a technical question, I guess, just to round out my understanding of the storage of the proposed storage of nuclear waste in the DGR. You'd mentioned different layers of protection around these fuel pellets. One of the last was the bentonite clay. Is it the intention to have the storage basically be a dry storage? And is the bentonite clay, what's the extent of the bentonite clay? Does it fill up the whole cavity, or will there be open spaces in the DGR?
So thank you for that question, and I believe I heard it all. There's a bit of an echo here, but You were asking about the bentonite clay and the extent of that. So yeah, it's unfortunate I don't have the picture to put back up again. So there are a couple layers of bentonite within each emplacement room. Sorry, I'm getting feedback here. So each of the used fuel canisters is put within a bentonite buffer box. And if you may have noticed on that picture, then the various bentonite buffer boxes that are stacked up within a room, they also have another bentonite layer around them as well. I must say I don't remember exactly, and maybe Joe Heil, who's in the room there, will remember, but I think there still is some space around the ultimate bentonite layer within the emplacement room itself compared to the rock walls. I think there is some space there at the top, but again, Joe could definitely confirm that.
Where are you? Joe, over there. I'll make my way to you, don't worry. Oh, wonderful.
Get saturated, and at that point it actually starts swelling and actually apply pressure to the containers.
I believe we have a follow-up as well, Tyler.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to get some clarity on that. My second question, Lisa, is I've read a number of comments around over the last while that you know, we're kind of the guinea pigs in Canada with respect to a DGR. But having said that, I understand that both Finland and Sweden are more advanced than Canada in terms of progressing with the DGR. I wonder if you could comment on that, and also you mentioned the international experience that the NWMO would be drawing on, and how and if you're going to be interacting with Finland and Sweden on their projects as well in the potential design of a DGR in Canada. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'll say a couple things on that. So absolutely, as it relates to used fuel, Finland is the most advanced in terms of the DGR. They're currently in the process of constructing that DGR. And they are moving towards an operating license and operation, I believe, in either 2024 or 2025. I may be slightly wrong on that date, but Finland is quite advanced. And actually, if you go to their website, Posiva, Posiva, they've got some really great videos as well of the underground and the work that they're doing in Finland. Sweden recently approved the site for their used fuel DGR. I'll come back to Sweden in a minute. And then just about a week or two ago, Switzerland as well announced their site for their facility. But the other thing I would just say, so that's on the used fuel piece. But there are several other countries that already have operating repositories for low and intermediate level waste, sometimes just for low, sometimes for intermediate, sometimes a combination. And so we can also draw on that experience. So for example, Sweden has had an operating repository for low and intermediate level waste for quite a while now, I believe, dating back, well over, I believe, 20 years. And Korea has one for low and intermediate level waste. So there are operating repositories of various depths internationally, mostly for low and intermediate level waste, except for Finland, as I say, will be the first for fuel. In terms of us drawing on that international experience, we absolutely do in all facets of our work. But I'll speak specifically to Finland because that was part of your question. So we have colleagues within our engineering and geoscience groups that have been working internationally with all of the research that's gone on internationally. That includes Finland, also includes Switzerland and other countries. So when we talked about bentonite earlier, for example, they work internationally with various organizations that are looking at bentonite and the properties of bentonite and how best to construct the buffer boxes. They also work internationally with copper coatings and groups that are looking at and researching the best way to apply copper coatings and all of that. Same thing in terms of the engineering design. But I'd say the other piece too is we're certainly as well working with colleagues internationally to understand the processes that they're following and the work that they do for engagement with communities, for how are they making their decisions, what kind of agreements are they striking with communities. So we absolutely are very tied into that international experience, and we continue to keep abreast with everything they're doing. And I'd say, I guess the last one I would mention as well is the UK. The UK is also currently going through a siting process. They currently have 4 locations that they're investigating. And I recently spoke with my counterpart in the UK. So we absolutely stay very connected to what's going on internationally. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, and thank you. Those were great questions.
Great, thank you. Brenane Lloyd from Northwatch. So just an added detail to Lisa's response on Finland, and I think Pasivia is here tomorrow, but they submitted their application in late December 2021, so I think a 2024 timeline is not what Pasivia will answer when you put that question to them tomorrow. I think it'll be several years at least. Sweden applied in 2011, it's 2022, and they're still in the licensing process. But my question is, I think, for Connor, and I'm interested in knowing whether the Impact Assessment Act will have more rigor than we saw with the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act in the review of the Deep Geological Repository for low and intermediate level waste. And Lise may add to this, she was with Ontario Power Generation managing the Western Waste Management Facility at the time, so we'll also remember the details. OPG had submitted their environmental impact statement in 2011 for operating waste. In the Pickering licensing hearing in May of 2013, it slowly came out that OPG also intended to deposit their decommissioning waste in that deep geological repository, which would double the volume and would change the waste mix, because the mix of low and intermediate level waste would be quite different. Intermediate level waste, more highly radioactive and so on. So we got to the hearing in 2013, September 2013, and that hearing went from September till the following September, all based on the original submission, the impact assessment environmental impact statement, as if the DGR, now withdrawn, so it's a bit moot, but I think it's a good example of where the act lacked rigor because the project changed significantly, but we went through the hearing as if it had not. Has anything changed under the Impact Assessment Act, the new act, that would protect the process and the public and bring more rigor to the project review, so the project couldn't double in size or fundamentally change, but carry on under the old impact statement? Is there a change?
Sure. So I'm going to refer that question actually to my colleague Robin Lynn Virtue, who worked on the.
She was there.
Yeah. So Robin, take it away.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
I apologize. I am not in Dryden, and I'm back in Ottawa, and my camera, I've been trying to get it to work for the past 20 minutes. It was working, so I apologize you don't actually see me physically, but I'm glad you can hear me. I just want to clarify that the old process under SIA 2012 was very rigorous and did cover all the aspects of the environmental assessment process. Back then, the panel did have a chance to consider all the information at the time and didn't consider the other different waste streams and the different waste inventories. And OPG, we did get information on the additional waste inventories at the time, and the panel did have the additional information, and I just want to clarify that. And so I would say that the new act will be robust and have the ability to take into the any information that will be submitted to it by the NWMO about waste inventories that will be coming out of the nuclear reactors. At this point in time, we don't have a project description. We don't have what the volumes of waste that will be coming out and will be considered for the deep geological repository. So we can only go with what we're given at the time when we're provided a project description. So, I mean, to your question, Brene, we will, rigorously review the information that's provided by the NWMO. The panel will review it. If it feels like it needs more information to clarify waste inventories, it will request additional information and continue to do so until it's satisfied it has the information it needs to make recommendations to the government in council, or governor and council. So I think I'll stop there.
Wonderful. I actually have my own follow-up question, and then I will pass the microphone on. But it's specifically, I'm Ethan. I'm hosting the panel discussion tonight. I'm going to be the moderator for the event, and I actually don't have the assessment agency as part of my panel this evening. And I have one burning question that's kind of a follow-up actually to what Brene asked, and that's I love the idea of the act itself, but I don't necessarily have a lot of clarity on the accountability of a party to you as the assessment provider, if that makes sense. Like, are you just in charge of collecting information and presenting it to the NWMO as an actor here, or are they accountable to the assessment that you make in some way under the Assessment Act itself?
Sure. So it's actually the first kind of collection of information is the NWMO in that phase 2. In the impact statement phase, it's the NWMO that will collect information on potential impacts and submit their impact statement to the panel. And then in the case of a panel assessment, as I've noted, it's an independent panel of experts that will conduct the impact assessment. The impact assessment agency is available to provide support for, organizing hearings, using our registry, et cetera, and to provide input, but we're just another participant really in the process. But in those public hearings, that's where the proposal from the NWMO is really kind of put to the test, if you will. That's where we get public input, Indigenous input, federal expert input, other experts, provincial experts, and that's sort of the accountability mechanism of the NWMO anticipates X effects, and then so in the impact assessment process, led by the panel, those assertions made by the proponent will really be put to the test, and ways that we could mitigate or reduce those negative impacts are sought and found. And then another key feature is that when Governor and Council ultimately makes a decision, that decision statement will include legally binding conditions that in phase 5, in the last phase, the Impact Assessment Agency will be verifying. So there will be, site inspections to make sure that those conditions are being met. And so to the original question, it's not in the proponent's interest to propose one thing and then change the project midway through, because ultimately the project that would lead to being approved is the project that would need to be carried out. That's the approved project. So if the NWMO were to propose one thing, and want to do something else, that something else may not be approved and they may not be allowed to do that. So that's why it's important to have a transparent and clear process of what is being proposed, what are the potential impacts, and then the review panel and the public hearing is meant to bring light, kind of, what's the word? Something about sunlight is the best disinfectant. So it's a very transparent process so that you know, all participants have access to the same information and will hear both the proponents' views and the views of experts.
I have a question here behind me, and then I'll come pass the microphone over here.
Roger Nesbitt, City of Dryden CAO. I want to thank all the speakers, presenters this morning, and for the rest of the forum for that matter. I have two questions, one for Julia and one for Connor. So Julia, I'll start with yours first. You spoke about environmental monitoring. Can you elaborate on that for us, how long that the monitoring would be in place and what exactly the CNSC would be monitoring?
I can get started on this. So the licensee is required to monitor their environment as part of their license conditions. So before the project begins, they have to collect a baseline study, and then during the operation of the facility, they have to do ongoing measurements of key parameters. So think uranium concentration in the air, chlorine in the water, that kind of information. At the same time, CNSC has something called an independent environmental monitoring program that independently verifies the information proposed that is measured by the licensee. So they check the water, we send our own people, we collect independent water samples and compare the two. And that information is posted on the website. There is a second aspect there about long-term monitoring, and if the facility undergoes closure and it's released from jurisdiction, who monitors the project? So there's a recent standard called CSA N292.7, which outlines requirements for deep geological facilities. Part of that is monitoring, and in it stipulates that monitoring must occur throughout the entire lifespan of the facility. Who conducts the monitoring changes depending on the licensing phase. So during operation, it's NWMO, but past closure, they may be released from licensing controls, in which case the provincial government may take over monitoring. But no matter what, throughout the lifespan of the facility, in going into the post-closure phase, so after they've sealed the shaft and 200 years in the future, monitoring still will occur of the environment to verify that the DGR is safe.
Thank you. Connor, this one's for you, I guess. As you know, this project is drawing attention from across the country, attention from both supporters of the project and opposition. Through the impact assessment and the public engagement, is there any processes or protocols in place that would put an emphasis on local area residents' concerns or wants or needs in regards to this project? Or are they held at the same level as the rest of the Canadian public would be?
Sure. So I will, I'll refer that question actually to my colleagues from Review Panels Division.
Thanks, Connor. Colette Spaniolo here. So yes, there is opportunity within the review panel process to ensure that members of the local communities that are most likely to be affected by a proposed project have an opportunity to have their voices heard. In particular, the public hearing, which is a key component of the integrated assessment process, those hearing sessions are typically held in the communities that are most likely to be impacted by the project. So depending on where the final site selection decision is made by the NWMO, the review panel would work with those communities to schedule and to hold public hearings. And there's different types of sessions, as Connor had mentioned during the presentation, that can be held. Everything from general sessions where local residents can bring their views forward, to technical sessions, which may involve experts from across the country, as well as sessions specifically with Indigenous groups to make sure that there's opportunities that are culturally appropriate for potentially affected groups to have their views and concerns heard as well. Now, generally speaking, the impact assessment process, it isn't a it isn't a numbers game. We're not looking at how many comments are coming in from across the country expressing support or expressing concerns with a project. We're really looking at the quality of the information that's coming in, and the review panel weighs that information. So, you know, in that regard, a submission that comes in from a local resident who has direct local knowledge about the environment, about the potential effects to a specific community, could be given very, very high weight. You know, at the same time, an expert who perhaps lives in a different part of the country, but who has, you know, very valuable information about the potential effects of this type of a project on a particular component of the environment, that information could also be given high weight. So at the end of the day, it really is about the type of information that's being submitted. And I would also just add that the Impact Assessment Act does place particular emphasis on considering local and community knowledge as well as Indigenous knowledge in the assessment. So from that perspective, yes, the views and the concerns, the wants and the needs of the communities that are most likely to be affected of a project do play quite heavily into the IA process. Thank you.
I'm Marilyn Billisberg. My question is back about the DGR that's being built right now in Finland. I'm just wondering if somebody could confirm how far the high-level nuclear waste is being transported from the nuclear power plant to the DGR, as opposed to Canada, where ours would be coming from New Brunswick, Quebec, Southern Ontario, and I think a little bit from Manitoba. If somebody could confirm the transportation destination distances.
I'll start, only because I've been there, specifically the Deep Geological Repository in Finland. I just saw their visitor center. I didn't go in the facility itself. But next to so the visitor center is sort of overlooking two existing nuclear power plants, and then one that they're building, Olkiluoto 3, I think. I'm probably pronouncing it wrong, but I can't really answer your question. So there's 3 nuclear power plants, 2 that are operating and 1 that's not, that are in very close proximity to the Deep Geological Repository. The other, I don't know where there's other nuclear power plants in Finland, so I can't really answer your question specifically.
So it's Lee's, and I was just trying to Google the actual distance just so that I could answer that question. But sorry, it's not coming up very quickly for me. But so yeah, Finland does have 5 reactor units, operating reactors in 2 main locations in the country, in Loviisa and Olkiluoto. And sorry, it'll just take me a moment to try to find that distance, but the exact distance between those facilities. So certainly there will be transportation from Loviisa to Olkiluoto. And I'll just, sorry, my Google isn't working quickly enough for me to find that distance.
I think we have an answer, and we can then probably ask tomorrow during the post-EVA presentation as well.
Yeah, I'm not finding it very quickly, so apologies for that.
Hi, I'm Joel Bergstaller. I'm just wondering, I'm thinking about the Yukon here and their new regulations that they have put in place for environmental assessments, where they hold, I guess, the proponent responsible for all financial costs to do with cleanup. I'm just thinking future here, if you mentioned upon closing of the DGR a transfer to the province of responsibility for monitoring. I'm wondering, is there a mechanism in place in Ontario and or Canada to hold the generators of this waste responsible for any cleanup that may happen for the foreseeable future?
Hello? Oh, okay, there we go. So there is something called the financial guarantee, which for any large nuclear facility, so think a nuclear power generating station or a uranium mine and mill, they have to have the funds available to perform decommissioning activities if they're to go bankrupt. So at any time during the process, if they go bankrupt, the CNSC has the ability to liquidate the funds in order to ensure that any project is cleaned up. In the case of the NWMO, it's a little bit curious because they are funded under a contribution agreement where the power producers, so Hydro-Quebec, OPG, AECL, the people that actually made the waste, contribute money into the nuclear waste fund. NWMO then access this fund to continue to perform the activities that they continue to construct the DGR. Part of that money is also included, so OPG gets money, it puts into the fund, and the fund's there to power fund the project. In the future, the fund still exists. There's no time limit on how much money goes into it. There is a large surplus of fund, and they have to continue to contribute to the fund every year that they operate. So long story short, yes, that they'll have money in the future because there's a bank, sort of say, to ensure that they are funded through the closure of the facility up until monitoring. And I can't speak to any future law, but let's say the NWMO is no longer needed, which I do not know such scenario, and everything's closed at the DGR. This nuclear waste fund will still exist where the power producers still have to contribute to it in order to make sure that any activity needed retrieval or monitoring is funded for. And in such case that there is no funding, the federal government also supplies its own money to ensure that decommissioning activities are undertaken, or in this case, monitoring.
So it's Lise, I'll just add to that. That's very correct in the sense that, again, we need to be able to ensure that the funds are set aside for the project through its entire life cycle. And so when you hear us talk about a $26 billion project, that's over the entire life cycle, over 100 years of the project. Actually more than 100 years. So the funds are already set aside for that entire period of time for both the upfront regulatory approvals process, the construction, the design, the operations, and even, and this was mentioned earlier, the post-monitoring phase. So the funds are already there, and we have to update those estimates of costs every 5 years. And as was mentioned earlier as well, there's a funding formula in terms of how NWMO is funded. And I'll just speak to Ontario specifically, but similarly, there are similar provisions within New Brunswick, Quebec, etc. But in Ontario, through the Ontario Financing Authority as well, the waste owner, in this case OPG, has to also submit cost estimates every 5 years, and that gets verified and challenged and validated by the Ontario Financing Authority, and our facility also feeds into those estimates. So there is an ongoing cycle in which the estimates are updated and that they're verified, they're validated, and then back to what the CNSC just said, when you would have an operating facility, there's also a need to on an ongoing basis, demonstrate a financial guarantee for the facility. And that's information that an operator or a proponent would have to provide on a routine basis. So there's always this ongoing scrutiny to ensure that you have sufficient funds set aside, not just for the current operation, but for all future operations and activities that would be required.
I'll make a comment on that because basically we pay for it anyway, no matter how you look at it. Because even right now, we contribute so much from our electricity bills to go into the fund. That goes to OPG. OPG then puts it into something which pays the NWMO and so forth. And if there's anything left over, we pay for it no matter where the money comes from. It's in a sense called crowdfunding or taxes, whichever you like.
Just to respond to that, as a ratepayer, and I'll speak to Ontario, as a ratepayer of electricity in Ontario, you have funded this plan, that is correct. Now, the funds are already all set aside, so there aren't currently contributions having to be made to the fund. So you're not paying right now, but certainly in the past, as part of being a ratepayer in Ontario, yes, that's absolutely true. But again, I would just point out that those cost estimates, I mean, they're expected to be done at a fairly quite high level of scrutiny. They're reviewed routinely, and the intent is as well to make sure that the plan is being done in a fiscally prudent way as well, so that you're not overburdening Ontarians, ratepayers, etc., but also so that we're not passing on the financial burden to future generations as well.
In the essence of time, because we are at 11 o'clock right now and we have a quick break, I have one last question that was submitted. Is there special training for first responders to attend a potential accident site? If so, what is the training, who will provide it, and who will pay for it?
Maybe I can start, and then Lise, perhaps you can add at the end. So the CNSC, it's not my team that does this, by the way. It's our Emergency Management Preparedness Division who does this training. They offer it to first responders, typically professional and volunteer fire departments, but also police services as well if they're interested. And we do this, I believe it's upon request, so if they're interested, they can get this training from us. And it's free of charge, the training that we offer. We send the specialists. I don't have the details on how long it takes and things like that because it's not my team that does that. But so we offer it as a service. We have done it for areas, for example, I believe, and Raj or Francois, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think like Thunder Bay, North Bay, and I'm not sure, I can't remember if Kenora was on the list or not, but there's definitely been, I think they're called hazmat level 3 capability centers that have been trained by our emergency preparedness in the past. I'm not sure about Kenora, that's the only one.
And I will just also briefly add that as a requirement for licensing, the NWMO must ensure that there is local capabilities to address any accident. So the firefighters, health professionals, there has to be enough resources to address any potential accident. It is.
Yeah, so I'll just add a little bit to that. And so a couple things. So first of all, once you're into the operations phase and you actually have an underground facility, then you're going to require mine rescue on site. So you need the capability to do mine rescue, just like in any underground mine. And that would be provided, and those people would be employees of NWMO and trained and working at the site. And you'd have to have agreements, just like other mines, with mine rescue capabilities across the province. There would also, when you're in the operations phase, be emergency response on site and people that are trained in emergency response at the site, again, that are employees. When you're in the construction phase, similarly, just like any construction site, you would need to have the ability for emergency response on site, medical response, those kinds of things. Specific to first responders, I think that was more specifically about the question. So in addition to what was just said, so as the operator, we would be working with first responders, not just in a local area, but also along the transportation route. As required, if we needed agreements with local, again, fire departments or things like that, we would set up those agreements with the local fire department and provide capacity to support those agreements. And then the only other thing I'll just mention is that, so again, in terms of first responders along a transportation route, and I am speaking here to my previous experience with OPG, where we did a lot of transportation of radioactive materials. So we would routinely meet with first responders along the transportation routes, provide them information about how the transportation works, what the regulations are around the transportation. And they would also quite often, well, more locally, I think, to the stations, we would run drills in terms of transportation emergency response. And the local responders could participate as well in those drills. So for transportation, there's a significant transportation emergency response plan that has to be in place and that has to be drilled routinely, and that ties back to agencies, not just like the CNSC, but also Transport Canada and other things as well. So there's various layers for sure of emergency response at the various phases of the project. And certainly as a proponent, we would have to demonstrate that we have all of that in place.
Just one last one, and it's an important one. And I think this is probably for Eric, you may be able to answer this. Are there nuclear products currently being transported in Canada, and are they making their way through our community today? And maybe you can speak to just how, like, the severity or the level of radioactiveness, if you will, of those products.
There are a significant amount of nuclear substances that are transported throughout Canada on a daily basis, and they range right from medical isotopes to hospitals, from the production facilities to low-level, intermediate-level nuclear waste to high-level waste, including used fuel. So right now in Canada, while we don't ship the same sort of amounts and frequencies that is being proposed by the NWMO in the future, there are on occasion used fuel shipments done in Canada, and those have been done safely. So one of the things, though, is as the regulator, we don't regulate the routes, and I'll caveat that with the routes when they are category 1, 2, or 3 material, such as used nuclear fuel, which would be category 2 material. It actually needs to have a transport security plan, which I mentioned in my presentation. They would need to do a threat and risk assessment, and in that threat or risk assessment, the proponent or the licensee analyzes the routes, and then our nuclear security division reviews them. So while we don't prescribe the routes, we can influence them if it requires a transport security plan. So again, keep in mind that some of this material, the routes and the agendas and the timing and the schedules is not information that is released to the public. However, it would release to organizations that would be on a need-to-know basis, for example, like local police or something like that. So I would argue there are a lot of shipments happening in Canada. I don't regulate, the CNSC doesn't regulate the routes, so we can't say for sure that they're going through here, but the other thing too is, you know, we're all smart people. We also know how the highways work in Canada. It's a large country, so you can, you know, you can think about it yourself and figure it out. Sorry.
Thank you, everybody, for the questions. Thank you to all the speakers for answering the questions. I know there was a few questions about international projects happening. We do have PSEBA coming tomorrow morning at 8:30 for a presentation to go over their project and the current status of the project. For now, we'll take a 10-minute break, go stretch your legs, grab some coffee, grab some tea, and feel free to visit one of the information booths and speak to some of the presenters and their peers. We'll see you back in about 10 minutes. Thank you. territory of the Anishinaabe peoples. So take it away, Kimberly.
Good day. I am honored to be with you all virtually and regretful that I could not join in person this time. I am very pleased and very honored to be sharing my thoughts with you today, and I hope you find them helpful. I reflected on all of the keynote speeches I had ever attended when I was assembling my presentation for today. And I hope I've improved upon some of the drawbacks of some of those. I would like to share with you one of the reasons I chose thinking critically as a keynote for this specific conference. As we go about our lives, we encounter so many circumstances that require us to absorb information and make a call, make a decision. And the topic of the current gathering can be emotional, it can be messy, it can be scientific, it can be logical. And when I found this photograph, I thought it was a good way to introduce a fairly dry topic like thinking critically. Regardless of the decisions that you make in your life as you go about these next couple of days, as you go about this week, this month, and this year, you will be okay. And it is because you have no choice. But in making no choice, sometimes that is a choice. And so as we go through my presentation today, I would ask that each person maybe just hold this concept in their mind that you will be okay because there is no other outcome. And what does that mean to you? And whatever that is, that's also okay. I want to start with some informative concepts. One is, what is critical thinking? The last few years through the pandemic, we have maybe heard about this a lot. We've maybe not heard about this a lot, depending on the walk that you are making as an individual. So I wanted to just sort of level set some definitions as I go through my presentation. So when I talk about critical thinking, what I'm talking about is how you consider facts, evidence, and observations in order to come to a reasoned conclusion. So there's a lot of logic built into critical thinking, but there's also judgment built into critical thinking. And so what we will go through is how to tell if a piece of evidence is reliable, how to make an observation, and some ways that you can combine those pieces in order to draw conclusions. I want to start with how to tell something is a fact. A fact is objective. That means it can be measured with some instrument. It doesn't necessarily always need to be a measuring tape, but there's some place or some tool that can be used to measure a fact. And it can be verified by an independent person who doesn't have the same experience as you have. Evidence is very similar to facts. I would maybe expand evidence a little to include other forms of truth that are maybe a little softer. Observations are things that you can see, hear, or read. So those are pieces of information that you gather from your first-person perspective. So as we go through this next half an hour, 45 minutes, when I use each of these terms, this is the basis that I'm using them from. I'd like each person to just look at these images. I'd like you to just take a minute to do that. And as you do it, I'd like you to think about what comes up for you. What thoughts do you have? What feelings do you have? Where in your body do you feel those things? It's not something that you need to share, but I'm just going to give you about 30 seconds just to consider these photos. And when you're sitting quietly, 30 seconds seems like a long time. I swear I'm timing us. So I'd like you, now that we've had a few seconds to just focus on these images, I'd like you to just be mindful of what came up for you and just try and keep those in your memory, because we will come back to these images. We are going to move to a bit of a different activity now. And I'd like each of you to picture a farmer in your head. Again, something you don't need to share with anyone. And I would like you to think about, slides are not working well. I would like you just to think about what that farmer looked like. And I'll tell you what photographs are actually on this slide. I'll describe them to you. The first photograph is a picture of a young woman. She's wearing work pants and a work shirt and a ball cap. And she's standing in a coverall tent, and she's counting seeds in her hands. In the second photograph, there is a middle-aged man and woman from Southeast Asia who are harvesting some flowers from their garden by hand. In the bottom right-hand corner, there's a young white man standing in a field of corn plants surrounded by mountains. So I'd like you to think about that farmer that you pictured. And the topic we're going to talk through is bias. And I will tell you, even as an Indigenous woman, the farmer in my head was always the young white man. And as we work through some of these biases, I'll talk a little bit about how our society has influenced us so that when we picture a farmer, many of us picture a stereotypical farmer, that white man standing in the field of corn plants. So there's 3 types of bias that I'm going to talk through today. And I've chosen these types of bias since they often come up in conversations about how applicable research is to the real world. There are other types of bias. For example, within a research study, you also look at what's known as internal biases. and they have to do with how you've designed a particular study. Those are a slightly different type of bias than we're going to talk about today. So I'll give you just a minute to have a read through this slide in case you haven't done that already, because we are going to talk through each of these individually. The first type of bias is the anchoring bias, which means we rely a little too heavily on one piece of information. And the anchoring bias is something that's very societal. When you were a small child, if you owned a picture book about farmers, the farmers in those books were more likely to be young white men standing in a cornfield. When you think about all of the television shows that you have ever watched that had a farming aspect to them, you're definitely more likely to have watched a television show or a movie where any farmers were young white men. And those types of experiences are key sources of what influences anchoring bias. And it's one of the reasons why in some diversity conversations, you now hear people talking about, I don't see anyone who looks like me in a particular field. Because as younger people growing up, when people start to think about what types of careers they want to embark upon, that has a big influence. The anchoring bias really influences what careers a young student might think is for them. And I want to give this example from the dairy farmers of Ontario. When you think of a dairy farmer, this is probably who you're thinking of. And this is a photograph from the dairy farmers website. Even though all of these people are farmers. The second type of bias I want to talk through today is the availability heuristic, which sounds like a really complicated term. So I want to break it down. First of all, what's a heuristic? A heuristic is just a way of searching. An example that might resonate a little bit more is, think about when you're going to the grocery store. Because you have past experiences about how grocery stores are laid out, as you approach the store, even when it's a store that you've never been in before, you instinctively move towards where you think a particular item will be. For example, you're probably not going to look for meat products in the middle of the aisles. You're going to look for the meat products probably in the back of the store. You're probably going to look for dairy items sort of on that far wall where the refrigeration is. And you're probably going to notice that fresh fruits and vegetables are on the wall right as you enter the store. This is your brain using heuristics. It's simply a way to enable discovery. And it is an aspect of all of our brains that attempts to help us make our way through life a little more easily. So our brain uses something we know, the layout of a grocery store we've been to make conclusions about things we don't know about, a new grocery store we've never been to before. The other key aspect of the availability heuristic bias is the availability part. And that is that our assumption is based on how often or how easily we can recall it. So an example of this would occur if you're a regular evening news watcher. You tune in regularly each evening. One evening when you're watching, you surmise that you've seen a lot of stories lately about fatal car accidents, and a few of those have involved speeding. You conclude that people's driving habits are getting worse because there are so many car accidents now, and there did not used to be this many. One interesting thing about this bias is that your brain has just engaged in the availability heuristic to draw a conclusion. In fact, sometimes what happens is it's a slow news week. So the only bad news left to report on is the number of traffic accidents. So while it may seem like there are more car accidents, there may not be overall. The final type of bias we're going to touch on today is the confirmation bias. And the confirmation bias is a term that means you are more likely to remember and believe those pieces of evidence that support your position. And I have an example about this. In the last couple of weeks, an online group that I take part in for a sport that I have done for a few years, one of the people were asking if anyone had ever suddenly had any new heart conditions and whether they thought it was COVID related. So I had contributed that, yes, actually, early in the COVID pandemic, I developed a heart condition that suddenly went away by itself after a year. And my care provider actually said to me that it's possible I had COVID and a COVID complication, and it was just asymptomatic, and now everything is fine. Another participant piped up and said, "Oh, we've had so much trouble with COVID vaccines in our part of the world. You need to really do your research." I have to say that the last couple of years, the phrase "do your research" has become a real nails on chalkboard phrase for me. And the reason is, often when the phrase has been used, it's not used in a way that means consider all of the evidence on this topic and then make an informed judgment. It really means I found some research that agrees with my position, and I think you should agree with my position too. That is the confirmation bias in action. The thing is, when you see people with confirmation bias in full form, it does not mean they're bad people. And we actually all do this. It is something that is part of being human. And I'm sure that there are biologists out there who could talk through how this relates back to our change as a species over time and survival. There is an aspect of confirmation bias that's at least partially unconscious, and I'm not sure that there's good agreement how much of confirmation bias is conscious or unconscious. And what that means is you may do this and you don't know that you're doing it. So you may ask, why am I hearing about bias? This is an interesting photograph that I found here of the Toronto waterfront. And you'll notice that if you look at the glass sphere, the perspective is different than the way the waterfront truly looks. One of the reasons why I'm talking about bias is because bias is something that can prevent us from making solid conclusions using all of the facts, all of the evidence, and all of our observations. So I want to give some information on how you can make the best informed judgment using all of the pieces of evidence at your disposal. I'm not sure if people have heard about Schrodinger's cat. Schrodinger was a physicist, and Schrodinger actually discovered many kind of cool and strange things about the physical world. One of the things that Schrodinger proposed is that if you put a cat in a box and closed up the box, you really can't know if the cat is dead or alive without an observation. And until you make that observation, the cat is both dead and alive at the same time. And this principle has been both the subject of many funny memes, one of which you see here, but it also is a very powerful philosophical principle that is related to the idea that sometimes just merely the observation of an outcome can change what that outcome is. And you can't know by how much you've changed it after the observation has been made. One of the reasons this is important to bias is that you have potentially biased the outcome of the process of critical thinking, and you don't know that you have done that. And here's why. If you were going to make an observation about this cat and try and determine if it were dead or alive, well, maybe it looks dead. It could be asleep. It may be unwell, but still living. How long do you need to look? If the cat were unwell, maybe when you started looking, it was alive, but then later it's not alive. So is there a period of time when you should look before you draw that conclusion? Is there a specific way you need to look? If we go back to this poster, you'll see that our box has a door in the side, but otherwise the box looks quite large. Maybe that door is too small to be a viewing port. So we couldn't see the cat properly, and so the cat may look dead, but the cat's actually alive. So often something like seeing and hearing and reading seem very straightforward, but there's complications. And if we can get this many complications about determining whether a cat is dead or alive, how many more complications and how many more questions could we ask about topics that are more complicated? I do want to go back to the unconscious bit that I mentioned when it comes to confirmation bias. Everyone does this. It's not something where a person could say, oh, I'm so careful. I always know that I do all of the factual investigation all of the time. We're human, and humanity means not being perfect in a sense. And so everyone does do this. It is totally unconscious. It is totally normal to not know that you're doing it. And we sometimes neglect to look deeply enough on things that we're either not ready to face, or when we don't want to move off our position on a particular subject. So why should you care about critical thinking? There's a lot of really hard questions in the world. One of my personal favorites is the electric car question. And, it's one of those things, over tea, I probably could talk your ear off about the different answers I've come up with to this question. We do have some big questions in front of us, and being able to discern that we have all the evidence and all the observations that are helpful can be really important, especially for a question such as, when should I start saving for retirement? You know, because the consequences of getting that answer wrong could very well be not being able to afford the care you need when the time comes. So some of these questions are pretty big questions. So I wanted to give some information on how you can overcome confirmation bias. One of the tried and true ways is to do, I'll call it an academic exercise. Whatever position you've taken on a particular issue, pretend you've taken the opposite position. And then try to find the facts that support that other position. And find as many as you can. And the purpose of this exercise is simply to revisit your own conclusions. It's not to change your mind. It's to provide you assurance that you have considered all of the facts. If you find that you can't find any facts to support the opposite position, that's a flag that confirmation bias could be at play. Another approach to this is to give all the observations you have to someone you trust. Don't share your conclusion and ask them what conclusions they could draw with those facts. This is a thinking exercise. In life, we're going to disagree with each other. That is certain. It's what we do with those disagreements and how we handle them that will really dictate how we come together or don't as a team, as a community, even as a country. I do want to talk a little bit about opinions. This is something that I have struggled with in my lifetime. I am an extremely logical thinker, given my background as an engineer. That's not surprising. But often I find myself thinking things like, I don't like lasagna, but I'm afraid to tell people that I don't like lasagna because I don't really have a rationale. An opinion doesn't need a rationale. It's just something that is out there. You know what? I don't like lasagna, and it's okay. And if you love lasagna, that's also okay. That's an opinion. Critical thinking is different, and the difference is the critical analysis of facts and observations. When you get a certain fact, can I believe this is true? When I was an undergraduate, we were tasked to write a paper on something regarding an ethical issue. One of the professors in the medical school at the university where I did my undergraduate work had been accused of fabricating some test results. He was writing a paper about a food that was very specific to an age group. And in his paper, which was peer-reviewed and accepted for publishing, and over a 10-year period, he wrote many papers. At the end, in the city where I went to university, just given the population who was able to eat this food, it was a food for a particular age group, and it's quite a narrow age group. One of the peer reviewers questioned how the professor was able to enroll so many participants in this age group in such a short period of time. And that's how it came out that the test results were fabricated, because the city was not big enough to have that many people in the age-related population. So when you're answering the questions, can I believe this is true? Sometimes that's a lot of work to dig into truth. The reason that was able to go on for 10 years is because this town wasn't, It wasn't a popular city like Toronto or somewhere big that people in the international community would know about. It was just, some little town in Canada, sort of middle of nowhere, North America. So it was completely unknown that the population wouldn't have supported this study because there weren't enough people to study. Which then leads to the question, what criteria should I apply when I'm discerning truth? And I wanted to give an example to help illustrate that. Something I want to put out there as my opinion is that I think ground round, which is a plant-based protein source, is better than ground meat. That would be an opinion. If I were to do a critical analysis, some factors that I might consider are elements about each of the food sources. So ground meat is an excellent source of protein. Ground meat can be low in fat. It is an excellent source of iron. The price of the ground round plant-based is, either quite a bit more to slightly more than certain types of ground meat. The ground round is very quick to cook because it contains no meat. You don't have to really worry about, making sure you've got all the pink gone. And there's much less energy and water needed to produce the ground round per kilogram. If you're doing a critical analysis of a product, you're going to see more of a list of criteria and then the degree to which each item you're evaluating meets the criteria of your critical analysis. So that's kind of a test that you can apply when you are, when you're trying to evaluate whether something is closer to opinion, or if it is a critical analysis, or if there's evidence, because I can measure the amount of fat in a particular volume of ground round versus meat. I can measure how much protein. I can determine the cost at my local grocery store. And I can measure cooking time. So you can see on the critical analysis side, these are things that can be measured in some form or another. I wanted to as well provide some examples of where you could collect observations and how you could do that. When you're reading, a peer review process is better than no peer review process. Look at the author's credentials. Look at consistency between publications. If you read one article and it says ground round is extremely low in fat, and another publication says ground round is extremely high in fat, that's an inconsistency that should flag you to ask a few more questions. And also consider who has an interest in the publication being valid. Another way to get observations is to ask those open-ended questions. How, what, when, why? Look at the assumptions being made. Ask to see underlying data. Science, more and more in the field, people who provide or entities that provide grant money are requiring researchers to provide their raw data in order to continue their eligibility for grant money. So the underlying data should be there. And if a researcher can't provide the underlying data, that could be a time to go back to those open-ended questions to find out why not. Bias should be minimized when you're looking at observations. So if you're talking with a scientist or if you're talking with a friend, ask what possible bias could be present in this. Something that should always be present in any study is a consideration of bias. It's not that, a study might come out and say, oh, this study is biased because we only considered things that agreed with our position. But if they haven't even written about the bias, or if they haven't talked about the bias, or if they can't describe a process they went through to make sure that bias was minimal, that's a red flag. The other thing is to think about, of the types of bias we talked about today, what might be there? Having that conversation, if you use those open-ended questions, something like, what types of bias, might have been in your information? How did you ensure that you weren't excluding any readings if they were counter to what you were trying to prove? And often there will be sort of some level of independence. So a researcher who don't know where the measurements were taken from, or that sort of thing, so that there's no influence in the conclusions drawn. Finally, I just want to summarize what I hope you'll take away. Critical thinking is really the process of asking good questions. We can be biased, and that can lead us to make choices that don't serve us. There are many other types of bias which we did not touch on today, and if that's something that resonates with you, there are definitely internet sources that talk about what those are. And considering the opposite position doesn't mean you agree. It just means you understand it. And that can often make the judgment or the conclusion you've drawn even more powerful, because you can say, listen, I've taken the time to understand these 10 points and the evidence that went into those, and my position has been constructed on the basis of this other evidence, and I have considered it for these reasons. So it doesn't mean that you agree, it just means that you understand. And that's a very different place to be coming from when you're approaching a conversation. And I do want to leave some time for questions.
Thank you, Kimberly. We'll see you again this evening. We'll see you again this evening at the Q&A panel discussion. Did we have any questions come through on the online form, Tyler? Nothing through. Anyone in the audience have a question for Kimberly? No questions. Again, we'll see you tonight at the Q&A panel discussion. We'll now take a break until about 1:30, where you can grab some lunch, visit the booths, talk to some of the presenters and their peers, and we'll see you shortly.
Don't try and flip it, Trevor.
Oh, it's like phone.
Go back here now. Let me know when you're ready. Well, I stand in the green room that's not green.
Okay, there we go. You should be able to hear me now.
Yeah, I can hear you
now. I need headphones. Okay. Do me a favor. Go get me another set of headphones that we're just going to plug into this computer. Oh, wait. No, I don't have to do that. Never mind. Hold on. This one just doesn't need audio. There we go. Okay, that solves that problem. Okay. Oh, I'm coming through, though, on the speakers. You are? Yes. Okay. So I'll mute myself in a second here. But just start reading something. Just keep in mind there's people in here listening.
Oh, boy. Okay.
Okay, I just got to see if I can hear this over here. Talk.
Dr. Ian Philip Brown is a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Regina in the Department of Gender, Religion, and Critical Studies.
Okay. Okay, I can hear you on there. So I'm going to go turn my computer on over here.
Okay.
I should hear you. Oh,
what?
Wait. 1 second. I'm going to put this down so I can think.
Okay.
Can I get a check?
Check.
Oh, hold on. Now go.
Check.
Okay, start reading something for me. Oh, hold on. Oh, wait, I gotta do one switch here too. Output. Virtual camera out. Okay. Just give me I don't have the option to just send a shot up there. Nope, that was the wrong screen. Okay, you're up there. Can you just talk for me?
I'm just going to keep talking for you. Tell me when to stop talking. I was reading about sailing. Wabigoon Lake comes alive with sailboat racing. Wednesday night, July through October. Grab a seat. What was that?
Okay, keep talking. Sorry, Kirk.
July through October. Grab a seat at the end of the government dock to watch the race. 3. Join the action of the Yacht Club at 6:15 p.m. with your non-marking shoes. Here's hope for great conditions and fast boats. Dryden is a centralized location to be your hunting base. No matter if you're on the hunt for moose, bear, white-tailed deer, bird, waterfowl, or small game, there's a place for you amongst the wilderness. Get ready to celebrate each fall with the Dryden Agricultural Society. 2022 will mark the 150th anniversary of the Dryden Fall Fair. This August, the Dryden...
Stop, clap.
Okay.
Okay, clap again. Oh, didn't accept the delay. Hold on. Okay, now clap. Oh no, I made it worse. Okay, I think we're just gonna have to live with it because I don't know if I can output the. It's the video that's actually delayed, not the audio.
Oh, okay.
Wait.
That feedback is not nice.
Okay. Can you clap for me? Okay. Just yeah, you can hang up and come back in.
Yeah.
Okay, just keep clapping.
Stop.
Thank you for coming to my talk, Monsters, Mutations, and Myths, a popular history of nuclear waste in North America. My name is Dr. Ian Brown, and I'm a researcher and lecturer at the University of Regina, with my research being funded by the Sylvia Fedoruk Center for Nuclear Innovation. Today I would like to talk about nuclear waste, specifically beliefs around nuclear waste as informed through popular culture. The term belief in government, in education, in science, is often equated with idea, or thought, or opinion. And the ways in which beliefs are formed are thought to be through a rational process of one encountering information, interpreting that information based on what they already know, and then forming a belief. So in the case of beliefs about nuclear waste, we would imagine people encountering information about nuclear waste, interpreting it based on other things they know, and then forming a belief about nuclear waste. Based on this process, it is crucially important that the initial information is correct, as correct information will lead to correct beliefs, whereas incorrect information will lead to incorrect beliefs. In the event that someone holds incorrect beliefs about, for example, nuclear waste, this model imagines refutation can take place if the initial incorrect information is refuted, and then the incorrect belief will be replaced with a proper belief. In education, this is known as the deficit model, where if someone believes something that is incorrect, the assumption is you simply need to tell them the correct thing, and then that belief will change. This model, however, has been shown to not work in actually changing people's beliefs, and in particular, beliefs about nuclear waste. Why is this? Today, I will suggest that it is the nature of belief itself that renders the deficit model unhelpful. Beliefs help us to understand the world around us. They do not exist on their own, they cannot be isolated from other beliefs that make up our worldview, and they are frequently entangled with stories, with practices, with social identities, and other beliefs. The beliefs that we hold have stakes. So, for example, take the statement, "I believe that it is going to rain tomorrow." This is connected to other beliefs that I may hold in my trust in meteorology or science generally. And the stakes in making this belief known are relatively low. If I'm right, then it rains. If I'm wrong, it does not shake my understanding of science or meteorology. Now take this second statement. I believe that there is no safe way to store nuclear waste. This statement may be connected to a number of other beliefs, including what I believe about radiation, what I think radiation can do, what I believe about what nuclear waste looks like, what I believe the nuclear industry looks like, and so on. And here the stakes are quite high. If I am right that there is no safe way to store nuclear waste, and government or industry go forward with attempting to store nuclear waste, the results could be apocalyptic. If I am wrong, my understanding of the world is challenged. Government, industry, nuclear waste are not the things I thought they were. General beliefs about radiation come from both popular culture, popular science, and science generally. So I want to go over a few of what I understand to be general beliefs about radiation before looking specifically at how popular culture has helped to form some of these beliefs. Radiation is understood to be invisible, dangerous, and deadly, and that invisibility is a big part of its danger and its deadliness. This is related to images and stories of radiation sickness in survivors of the Hiroshima and Nagasaki nuclear bombings. Radiation is also understood to be unnatural, apocalyptic, and an existential threat. radiation takes on kind of a mythic proportion in that waste can be radioactive for eons, and this is a term that is frequently used in association with radioactive waste as opposed to stating the actual half-life, for example. The idea that radiation is connected to nuclear weapons and that nuclear weapons could end all human life on Earth is something that will be very familiar to those who lived through the Cold War and probably still familiar to those from younger generations. So beliefs about radiation are already generally focusing on its danger, its longevity, and its apocalyptic threat to human life. So where do these beliefs come from? As I said, science, popular science, news media certainly has some influence, but I'm looking primarily at how radiation and radioactive waste is presented in popular culture. And with that, we'll turn to one of the first popular representations, the 1954 Japanese movie, Godzilla. Now, Godzilla is quite transparently a metaphor for nuclear weapons. Godzilla was produced just 9 years after the atomic bombs were dropped on Japan, and at a time when the United States was testing nuclear weapons in the Pacific. Godzilla as a monster is empowered and mutated by radiation from American atomic testing, and is an embodiment of the terror associated with nuclear specifically and radiation generally. The story told in Godzilla is that radiation can create mutated monsters. In the United States, radiation and radioactivity produced its own creatures. However, in the US, the shift was towards superheroes, people who could help rather than destroy. On the left, we see Peter Parker being bitten by a radioactive spider, which turns him into Spider-Man. In the middle, we see Bruce Banner being blasted by gamma rays from an atomic bomb test, making him into the Incredible Hulk. And on the right, the two panels there, we see the Fantastic Four being bombarded by cosmic radiation that turns them all into superheroes as well. So in these two quick examples, superheroes in the United States, Godzilla in Japan, radiation has the similar effect of mutating things. In Japan, creating a monster, in the United States, creating heroes. Nuclear monsters stand in as expressions of fear of radiation, the violence and the danger that it can instill, whereas nuclear heroes demonstrate attempts to tame radiation, to show potential good outcomes here. Turning to nuclear waste specifically, there are at least two instances where nuclear waste also created superheroes. The first, in 1964, the creation of the Marvel superhero Daredevil. This occurs when a truck carrying Ajax atomic lab radioactive materials crashes, and a nuclear or radioactive canister hits a young Matt Murdock in the face, giving him superpowers. That same canister falls into the sewers, covering 4 baby turtles, mutating them into the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, 20 years later in 1984. So again, we see radiation, and here specifically radioactive waste, mutating humans and animals, turning them into heroes in this instance. But far and away, the most popular and the most enduring image of nuclear waste in popular culture is the presentation of the nuclear power plant in the hit show The Simpsons. The Simpsons was not the first to present nuclear waste as glowing, green, oozing liquid, but is perhaps the most iconic representation of nuclear waste in popular culture. And these are important representations as they signal danger to an audience. Things that glow an iridescent green are not natural. They signal danger. Things that are liquid, that are oozing, trigger feelings of danger and disgust in us. Imagine you drop your television remote under your couch and you reach blindly underneath. What would be more troubling? Touching some dried powder or something that is liquid and oozing, assuming you didn't know what it was in either case. The presentation of nuclear waste as glowing, unnatural, liquid, oozing, disgusting goes a long way in presenting it as something that is deeply, deeply dangerous. Staying with The Simpsons, this is a still from the 1993 Marge versus the Monorail, where the nuclear power plant attempts to store drums of leaking, glowing nuclear waste in trees in a park. The result is that the oozing waste leaks into the environment, causing the trees to mutate and grow tentacles, and causing the squirrel you can see in the upper right to mutate as well. Just to get a sense of how popular this show was, and how much of an impact The Simpsons has on the popular understanding of nuclear waste, 23 million people watched this episode live in 1993, and it has been viewed by millions more in syndication. So this is a profoundly influential presentation of what nuclear waste looks like. Finally, The Simpsons also speaks directly to the management of nuclear waste in presenting the sometimes laxed, sometimes incompetent, but very frequently evil character of Mr. Burns, the owner of the nuclear power plant. The nuclear plant in the Simpsons Springfield pollutes the water with nuclear runoff, creating three-eyed fish. And the plant itself attempts to dispose of nuclear waste in trees and in playgrounds, in places where people interact with it. And the plant owner himself, Mr. Burns, runs a very unsafe plant in order to save money. He is depicted here with safety inspectors standing knee-deep in some sort of liquid nuclear waste. So what do we learn from the presentation of radiation and nuclear waste in these examples from popular culture? The first is that radiation mutates, sometimes creating monsters such as Godzilla, other times creating superhuman heroes such as Spider-Man, the Incredible Hulk, Ninja Turtles, and so on. Nuclear waste itself is frequently presented as green and glowing, signaling an unnaturalness, and liquid and oozing, signaling contamination and disgust. The nuclear industry itself is presented as an industry that cuts corners, endangers the public, and attempts to cheaply dispose of waste in manners that are unsafe. So moving from popular culture to popular belief. Now, I am not saying that because someone has read a Spider-Man comic or watched Godzilla or watched The Simpsons, that they therefore think that nuclear waste actually makes three-eyed fish or atomic monsters or superheroes. The story itself isn't always directly connected with the belief that is formed. The beliefs that do come out of these pop culture examples are that radioactive waste is dangerous, that radioactive liquids can and will leak and contaminate, and that radioactive waste is unsafely stored by greedy plant owners who prioritize money over safety. The popular presentation of nuclear waste as something that produces monsters and heroes, that is dangerous, leaking, oozing, does not necessarily lead to belief that these heroes or monsters might exist, but it does affirm beliefs that nuclear waste is inherently dangerous and cannot be safely stored. Now, as I noted at the very beginning, beliefs do not exist on their own, and beliefs that nuclear waste is dangerous inherently and cannot be safely stored are frequently entangled with other beliefs such as distrust of government, distrust of industry, beliefs about environmentalism, fear of nuclear war, and other popular and news presentations of things nuclear, such as news coverage or documentary coverage of Chernobyl, 3 Mile Island, and Fukushima. What is important to recognize here is that beliefs become disconnected from their pop culture origins. People may not recognize that green oozing nuclear waste is not a product of actual nuclear power plants, but instead a presentation in popular shows such as The Simpsons. How do we engage in beliefs that are based on popular culture but are not necessarily recognized as being grounded in them? Well, we cannot simply or exclusively refute falsities in popular culture presentations of things nuclear. Public beliefs are absolutely informed by pop culture, but they are also largely disconnected from the pop culture origin. So even if the popular culture presentation of nuclear waste is the initial point of information in the information interpretation belief chain of reasoning, it is unlikely that it will actually be recognized as such. As I stated earlier, beliefs are our efforts to understand the world around us. And high-stakes beliefs, such as beliefs in the inherent danger and inability to store safely nuclear waste, need to be engaged in ways that reshape understanding of the world, not simply refute it. Thank you very much for listening. I hope that you enjoyed my talk.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Hope everyone had a great lunch and had some time to visit some of the information booths we have out in the lobby. Next up, we have a presentation called Are We Done With It by Dr. Peter Ottensmeyer. Dr. Ottensmeyer holds a Bachelor of Science in Engineering Physics, Master's in Solid State Physics, PhD in Medical Biophysics. He's the former chair of Medical Biophysics at the University of Toronto and senior scientist at the Ontario Cancer Institute. Currently Professor Emeritus and Fellow of the Royal Society of Canada and chair of the Education and Communication Committee of the Canadian Nuclear Society. His career includes physics and engineering aspects of cancer research associated with radiation and radioisotope tracers at the molecular and cellular level. This in part laid the groundwork for his current passionate post-retirement pursuit of the productive elimination of nuclear waste via recycling in fast spectrum reactors, with an urgency enhanced by his favorite role. He blows his own horn, a French horn in the Markham concert band, Graph's Heritage, Apple Trees, and during the COVID isolation period has also written a 260-page book entitled Neutrons at the Core, as an easy introduction to the fundamentals of fast neutrons related to the nuclear waste burning fast spectrum reactors. So with that, I'd like to welcome Dr. Ottensmeyer to the podium.
Well, thank you very much for that lengthy introduction. It gives half of my life. You don't know how much of a pleasure it is to speak to real people again. Instead of that little screen that I normally look at and for the last 2.5 years. And so the invitation to talk up here, I just accepted gladly, even though it was a long drive. So without further ado, I would like to indicate to you that we've got a lot of ground to cover here, because I'll talk about my path into nuclear, because I'm not a nuclear person as such. Talk about used CANDU fuel and what it actually is. Talk about a better reactor from our CANDU reactor, recycling of used CANDU fuel, and then give you a time frame of how fast we can actually clear the radioactivity from our stored stockpiles that we've got now, the 60,000 tons, or I'll use an example of 15,000 tons. And then I'll take a leap and say, well, if you don't do this, Dryden, what are you going to do? And I'll give you some suggestions which are off the top of my head. Since we've got a lot of ground to cover, I want you to take home this as a message, okay? I calculated what it cost for a cube of sugar of that size that everybody knows. And Colleen actually got the price in Dryden, so it ranges here from 1.7 cents to 2.4 cents. If you get that same volume as gold, it would cost you about $3,000. If you take that same volume of used CANDU fuel, you can make $21,000 worth of electricity if you cycle it through fast neutron reactors. That's used CANDU fuel. You call it waste. So remember that, or if you don't like this scientific approach, look at this the next time you have a cup of coffee. That cube of sugar creates $21,000 worth of electricity. No, not the sugar, it's the equivalent used CANDU fuel. And we have almost 3 billion of such cubes. So you can see how much value there is in our used fuel. Now, I didn't start out that way. This is my beginning. So at the Ontario Cancer Institute just after 1958, and the people here, this is Harold Johns, who actually developed what was known then as a cobalt bomb, a cobalt irradiation unit. And here he's, with his physicists, he's in the process of putting a new cobalt source up into the head of this radiation machine. It's what physicists do. They don't deal with patients, they deal with the stuff behind the curtains. We sort of design machines, and instead of having just a single beam come down straight, we have a machine that rotates around like this, and that basically is focused on the tumor, because we want to kill cancer cells, and it spares the normal tissue around it because the normal tissue around it gets less of a radiation dose. And we even tilt the device this way and that way. Now, more modern devices like this actually take it almost to the nth degree, where you have a cobalt source which gives you a ray that's coming out this way, and then you put a patient in the way, and that patient gets irradiated from this thing sort of swinging around to all directions, always focused on the tumor. So the tumor gets the largest radiation dose and gets killed. And so this is sort of the equivalent of about 100 such rays, all focused on somewhere inside the head where a tumor was discovered. Now, it takes time for that thing to whip around and irradiate a person. So we engineers say, well, there's a quicker way, and that is to use multiple sources, 200 in this case of cobalt-60, in a lead cast which has holes which are all focused on one spot. And so you can rotate this and shut the thing off and put the patient inside the device, rotate it so it actually focuses on the tumor, and within a few minutes you can take the patient out and he or she can go home. So my work then was involved, in a sense, with gamma rays, which cobalt produces. They're fairly high energy gamma rays. And we, of course, want to shield ourselves from that, and we can do that quite nicely with lead or tungsten or even enough concrete. All you need is mass in the way between you and the source. So we know how to shield ourselves. I also worked with other biological isotopes, which are tracers of biochemical reactions, biological reactions inside. And of course, they have to mimic natural things that happen inside the cell. We all have hydrogen within us, so tritium is a substitute for that we can trace, or carbon-14, because we're carbon units anyway. Sulfur is in proteins, phosphorus is in DNA, and potassium is in different organelles inside the cell, so they're all useful. Now those basically are beta rays, and you can stop those with rubber gloves, or if they're high energy, 1 centimeter of perspex, acrylic, that plastic transparent sheet will do to protect you. So we know how to protect ourselves from radiation. I should explain alpha, betas, and gammas. They're actually unknowns. When they were discovered, the scientists didn't know what to call them. And if you have an unknown, normally you call it X. But X-rays had been discovered shortly before that, and so you couldn't use X. So what do you use? A, B, C? That doesn't sound scientific enough. So you become Greek, and you go alpha, beta, gamma. Okay, so just because they're unknown, you give them those highfalutin names, and they've stuck. So now everybody's afraid of alpha, beta, and gamma rays, but they're ABC things, okay? And then we found out that alpha rays are actually the same as the atoms of helium, the nuclei of helium atoms. So when they slow down, then they become normal helium, and you use it to blow up your kids' balloons. Beta rays are the same as electrons, and gamma rays are just like X-rays. Sometimes they're less energetic than X-rays, more often they're more. Okay, so that's alpha, beta, and gamma. Now, I used uranium as well, so that was my introduction to uranium, but I used it as an electron microscopist because it acts as a stain, a dye in the electron microscopes. And alpha rays are actually stopped by a piece of paper, even though they're very energetic. So obviously, we know, like I said, how to protect ourselves. And it's not necessarily hard. There's nothing easier than to detect radiation. And then when I retired, I said, well, what actually happens to the radioactive leftovers? Because while they decay away with 12.5 years, that's longer than the life of a graduate student in college. 14 days, they'll decay away just quickly. But then you have 1 million years and so forth, 1 billion years for uranium. And so what happens? And so I asked around because the epitome of nuclear isotopes, waste in a sense, is what comes out of a nuclear reactor. And you saw that thing come out right there. And I asked our former graduate students who were working for AECL, now CanLab, up in Chalk River, or Ontario Hydro, and they said, well, talk to the Nuclear Waste Management Organization, because they're sort of charged with doing things to protect us. And they essentially said, well, what we want to do is build a deep geological repository. Here I've put it between Ignace and Dryden, where you're talking about, and they want to put those used CANDU fuel bundles with a radioactivity in them down into that repository. And I was perfectly happy with that answer. Because that same idea had been around since 1977 when Professor Hare did a 3-month study and said, well, the best place to put it is in the formation of igneous origin in the Precambrian rocks, better still into plutons with no fractures and low in quartz and high in feldspar. Quartz doesn't absorb things if things leak, but feldspar seems to. Or shaly rocks in southern Ontario or in the deep ocean. So that was in 1977. And then things were studied. We built a deep underground research laboratory in Pinawa, Manitoba, in the, I'll get the name of that pluton out there. Basically the seaborne panel said, well, technically it seems to be demonstrated that it's safe, but you really haven't convinced anybody in the public. And so that was the task really of the Nuclear Waste Management Organization, which was established in 2002. And they had a final study of which I actually have a copy here because my name ended up in it as well. And they decided on an adaptive phase management, which was agreed to by Parliament. And they went about to select a site with public support. And we're still doing that. And I was happy with that until my wife and I took a trip to Newfoundland and went to the fjord there at the Western Brook Pond. And I looked up there and there were these, this mountain that had been extruded out of the earth, and then the gap was put in by glaciers and so forth. And it was cracked all over the place. And you say, well, it's probably just surface things. Well, that's 700 meters high. So imagine that being down in the ground. So I said, well, is there any evidence that this is reasonable to do? And, scientists make measurements all over the place, including underground. And here at the Con Mine in Yellowknife, which is also in the Canadian Shield, they found that the mean transit time of rainwater down to this level of the drift tunnel at below 1 kilometer was about 17 to 23 years. And even in the underground laboratory in Pinawa, in the Lac du Bonnet Pluton, which is like your Revel Pluton here, I presume. I don't know if it's the same rock structure, but they actually made measurements inside, say, a hypothetical cube like this. Mark Jensen drilled boreholes, 12 of them, and then sealed off sections of the boreholes and measured the flow of water from one borehole to the next. And since it's through solid rock, supposedly it should take forever. Well, it didn't. It took 7 days for the tracers to move with water from one borehole to the next, and that about 25 meters apart. So I thought, gee, that doesn't sound very good, because if you calculate, that's about 1,000 meters or 1 kilometer in a year, or in the Yukon mine, about 1 kilometer in 15 years. And the NWMO says we've got to protect ourselves for the order of 1 million years. That's a lot. And so I said, are there any strata which are denser than that? And sure enough, people had made measurements, this time in the deep ocean. From a depth of 300 meters down to 1,200 meters, they measured something called the permeability, it's the ability for water to penetrate, which was 10 to the minus 17 meters squared. Well, I don't know what that means. You don't either. But if one takes the same number for the con mine, it's up here, and the difference here is that this is relatively fast, and this is about 1 billion times slower. So I figured, we got to go into the deep ocean. And the Japanese and everybody else, oil company, drill into the deep ocean quite nicely. So the idea then is to take, in this case, a drill ship which uses a riser technology, which is a tube from the drill ship to the bottom, so nothing gets out into the ocean. And they drill down into the ground, and then the idea would be to take our waste canister and seal them in the borehole. The technology is there. And we even have nice, shallow, accessible areas in our ocean which move, because the ocean plates move and end up going underneath the continent. And so we have the Cascadia subduction zone, which is right off Vancouver Island, right there. And the ocean floor moves at about 5 centimeters per year underneath Vancouver Island. So I figured, well, the idea then would be to, if I take a crosscut here, is to take that ship and have it drill a borehole right at the edge of that subduction zone, fill that borehole up with nuclear waste, and then have nature take its course, and it will move along at 5 centimeters per year underneath the North American continent. And by the time it reaches the middle of Vancouver Island, it's about 40 kilometers deep. I figured that was safe. And so I said, well, what's it cost? It's possible, but one borehole, for instance, 2 feet in diameter, 1 kilometer length, that's 2 feet in diameter was the biggest drill bit I could find on Earth in Australia someplace. And said, what would it cost to that drill ship? And they came back and said it would take 30 days to drill 1 kilometer deep, and it would cost about $21 million. Well, that's bigger than my research grant at university. So I said, well, how much of the nuclear waste will it take? Well, the volume of that borehole is about 660 cubic meters, and the annual volume of used fuel in Canada is about 290 cubic meters. And so it would fill this borehole up to less than half, and that leaves the rest of it for cladding and containers and sealing and capping and so forth. But I still thought it was expensive. And so I wondered whether one could be more efficient. And I said, is this material really waste, or is just a smaller portion waste? And so I did what I should have done in the first place, is to find out what nuclear waste is. And fresh uranium fuel that is put into the reactor is pure uranium, which actually comes in 2 types of atoms. One is U-238, which is over 99%, and U-235, which is less than 1%. And this is usually considered the fuel in nuclear reactors, this U-235 in blue. It's called fissile because it splits easily. And so this fuel bundle is put into the reactor, and about 1 year later it comes out the other side and is now changed. A lot of the U-235, which was considered fuel, is gone, more than half of it. It's created energy. And some of the U-238 has been converted into other atoms, plutonium of 239, 240, 241, and you notice some of them are blue, which means that they can also be easily split. And so we actually get 50% of the energy in the reactor from this U-235, and the other 50% from these so-called transuranics, which come from U-238, are changed in the reactor. And the product is called fission products, in other words, split atoms. Now, what do all these things mean anyway? And I apologize for people that never liked chemistry. But you probably had a chart like this in your chemistry class on the wall. And the smallest atom on Earth is hydrogen, and then there's a whole bunch of them, carbon and so on and so forth. And the largest atom on Earth, naturally occurring atom, is uranium. But there are others here, and there's this whole row of atoms. Plutonium is in there, for instance. All of these are called actinides in this row because they start with actinium. And the ones that are bigger than uranium are called transuranic actinides. In other words, they're on the other side of uranium from the normal atoms. What are fission products? Well, if you split uranium exactly in half to get the energy out, then the atomic number 92 becomes 46, and 46 is palladium. So you get 2 atoms of palladium. So you might say this is so-called waste, but it's palladium. But because, I don't know how good you are with your axe when chopping wood, you don't exactly chop in the middle most of the time, at least I don't. And neither does this little axe called a neutron, which splits the uranium. And so there's always sort of a smaller half and a bigger half, and a smaller half and a bigger half. And if, for instance, if we take Superman's atom here of krypton at 36 in atomic number, its partner is 56, which is barium, because the 2 of them together add up to uranium. So all of these fission products sort of come in pairs. Even palladium comes in 2s if uranium is split that way. So there's no mystery about any of this. It's just normal chemistry, normal elements. And the marvelous thing is that since 1970, splitting these 60,000 tons of uranium, or at least part of it, has created 4.4 terawatt hours of electricity. I don't know how big that is. But we've paid $440 billion worth of electricity since that time. What does that mean? Well, if I divide by the population of Ontario, that's $30,000 for every man, woman, and child in Ontario. That's come from nuclear energy in terms of electricity. And all of that has created or avoided the emission of a whole lot of carbon dioxide if you had used coal to create this electricity. This many billion tons of it. These are astronomical numbers to me. And all of that has come only from less than 1% of the uranium fuel that we have in the fuel bundle. I mean, that's amazing. But it means also that basically we've got 99.26% of the uranium that is not consumed. And all of that could create energy. But what we want to do is just throw it away. I mean, this doesn't make sense. We do it for the CANDO fuel bundle, but let me give you an example that's closer to home. Here I have a birch log, which I put in the fireplace, okay? And I light the fire because, birch bark is very flammable. It's easy to light. It's like kindling. I mean, you can light a fire in the bush in the rain with birch bark. It's neat. And when it comes out, if you don't do it right, it looks like this. It's charred, the birch bark is burned off. And we don't throw this away like this, which is what we want to do with the used CANDO fuel bundle. Here's an example, just in case I didn't have the bun. And I should thank Colleen for those birch logs. I didn't bring them along on the airplane. But here, if you have the birch bark, it's made of hardwood and birch bark. If you put it in the fireplace, it looks like this. It's obviously not a good fire to build like this, but if you light it, then it flames up and the birch bark dies, and you've got your charred log with the heartwood still left, some bark, some char because some of the heartwood is attacked, and tar, which you don't want to lick because it might be carcinogenic, and some ash. Well, you've got exactly the same thing in the fuel bundle. Most of it is still U-238, which is like in a hardwood. Some of the bark, the U-235 has been burned. You've created some transuranic actinides, those heavier atoms, which is like the char and the tar, because they also are radioactive for a long, long time. And you've got fission products, which are perfectly good. I mean, you know, ash, potash, you can use as fertilizer, or my grandmother made soap out of it. So it's useful. And so the fission products are also perfectly good atoms. And so the idea is to build a better fire, or build a better furnace, or build a better reactor. The CANDU can't do it, and the payoff for this would be that the 99.26% of heavy atoms that I've got left, if you split them, would give you 134 times more energy. Where does that number come from? Well, if you divide 99% by this, you get 134 times. That's a lot of energy that we're trying to throw away as waste. It's in numbers astronomical. Again, $60 trillion worth of potential electricity there. And again, if I use this example here, that's equivalent to $4 million worth of electricity per man, woman, and child in Ontario. That's a lot of money. And the amount of carbon dioxide that we avoid putting into the atmosphere is so big that it actually ends up being 16% of all the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere of the whole Earth. That's what this thing is worth. So how do we do it? Well, I decided to build a better CANDU reactor. And you can do that if you have a little bit of mathematics. It's not very hard. And you can do it on a laptop, because a laptop doesn't blow up, it doesn't melt. And so if you do something wrong, well, it's too bad, you just try again. And I did, and I had this eureka moment where the new reactor worked, and I went to now my newfound friends in nuclear energy, and they said, Peter, why don't you read the literature in the 1950s and 60s? And it turns out that it had all been done. The My Better CANDU reactor turns out to be a fast spectrum reactor. It uses fast neutrons instead of slow neutrons. And they maintain the kindling, and with recycling, they can essentially use all of the fuel and replenish the fuel after cycling with just U-238, which is the hardwood. And so those are sort of ideal. And what I was remarking after reading the literature is that countries had used these kinds of reactors for ages. The very first one ever to produce electricity by nuclear power was in the US, called the EBR-1 in 1951. So this is almost older than I am, but not quite. And its bigger brother, the EBR-2, actually had a 20% burn up, whereas in the CANDU we have less than 1% burn up. And they even recycled 5 core folds at 20%, so that's one whole reactor full of uranium recycled and used to create energy. And the most modern such reactor is in Russia. It was put into operation in 2016. And just 2 weeks ago, they announced that they had actually fueled this reactor fully for the first time now with recycled used reactor fuel. And they have a facility, a recycling facility, automated, because they're dealing with radioactive stuff. So you want to stay away from it, but a machine doesn't care. And recycle that irradiated fuel. They call it irradiated fuel. It's the used fuel instead of storing it. So we're heading in that direction. You may not know it, but the small modular reactors that you might have heard of in the newspapers that Canada is looking at actually is a whole series of reactors, these 5 here and then about 100 more. And 3 of these that I've indicated here are of this fast spectrum type of reactor. They come in different sizes. And I'm happy to say that New Brunswick Power is actually chosen to look at this one, which is 100 megawatts, and they're I'm trying to help them to also get into fuel recycling. So I say recycling the fuel to extract the fission products. That's the ideal, because all you have to do is take the fission products out and the rest should work again. But we're not quite there yet. We actually, the chemistry that we've got divides it into 3 fractions. We can readily do pure uranium, which is the largest part. We can get pure fission products out, but there's some uranium and some fission products left in this mix of all of the transuranics. But the transuranics, remember those blue plutonium 239 and 241, they're ideal for starting these small modular reactors because they're just like U-235. Now, the usual answer you get is, oh, but it's expensive. Well, that's sort of emotional. You should ask, how expensive is it? And so we did a study in the 4th year course at the University of Toronto in chemical engineering. And those students were asked to look at 3 different technologies. Purex, which is developed by the military really to produce pure plutonium-239 for bombs. The militaries do that sort of thing. Electrorefining, which is also called pyroprocessing because it's done in molten salt, and fluoride volatility. Now, all of these techniques are used at least partially by Cameco, for instance, Purex and fluoride volatility to purify their uranium, and Alcan uses it not for uranium, but for aluminum, obviously. And these students, because they had to get a degree or wouldn't, they had to pass the course and they were examined by experts in the field, came up with numbers that were 7,000 and 1,300 and so forth, and they're close to 1,000 for the 3 technologies. And it's per fuel bundle because, if I give you millions of dollars here, then it becomes meaningless yet. But per fuel bundle, one can understand these numbers. And you say, well, but these are students. Let's get some experts in the field to do it. And if you look hard enough, you can find numbers like 8,400, which is $1,000 different, $300 difference here, and the order of $50 difference there, from experts at Argonne National Labs in the States, and also the University of New Brunswick. Some staff members had done the calculation there. Now, how does it compare to anything? Well, the relevant number, I think, is what it costs to put a fuel bundle down into a deep geological repository. And that number is $3,600 per fuel bundle. Now, where's that number come from? Basically, you and I have been contributing to this fund from our electricity bills to take care of the costs. And somebody asked a question earlier today, where's the money come from? And at that time that I made this calculation, we had the order of 2.8 million fuel bundles, used fuel bundles, that we contributed to in that number. Now, in the meantime, this has gone up to over 3 million, and that's gone up to about 11 billion, but the ratio is still roughly the same. And so you can say, yes, recycling is more expensive than burying it if you use that particular technology, but it's cheaper if you use by a factor of 3 if you use the other technologies. So it depends on what you choose. And like I said, this material is good for starting fuel for these small modular reactors. And why is that important? Because all of these small modular reactors require enriched starting fuel, enriched in U-235, in this fissile material, in the kindling. Otherwise, they don't start because they're so small, they lose a lot of neutrons that come out and so forth. And Canada has no enrichment facility because we decided politically to do that way because we didn't want to build bombs. And that technology basically goes in the direction of building bombs. And so the USA also, I was surprised by this, has no highly enriched uranium for civilian use. The military has it. And so the US must purchase it from Russia or China or France, and you know the political implications of that nowadays. And so basically, it would be good to go in this direction, doing it ourselves from the transuranics of our used fuel. Now, if we did buy U-235 at 20%, for instance, which is required for the ARC 100 or PRISM reactors that I mentioned before, it would cost $152 million to start to furnish the fuel for this one reactor. Now, if you went the other way and created starting fuel from the transuranics, each would cost $1,300 per fuel bundle, and you needed almost 50,000 fuel bundles. But even that large number is $62 million, which is less than half of the cost of purchasing it from a foreign power. So it gives us indigenous reasons. And there's another wonderful side effect that we have, which is the elimination of the million-year radiotoxicity. You'll say, how's that work? Well, remember this gentleman that was handling these fuel bundles with his gloves? The gloves are actually there to protect the fuel bundle from the sweat in his hands, because sweat has carbon in it, and you don't want the carbon to go into the reactor and become carbon-14. And so he's protecting the reactor, you might say, not himself, because the uranium alpha particles just can't get out of that fuel bundle sheath. You can see the little sheath out in the hallway. But once it's in the reactor and comes back out, it's about 1,000,000 times more radioactive. But radioactivity decays away. And so since I have, I should mention that this is a factor of 10 each time. So there's 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, and 1,000,000, just to get it all on the same scale. And similarly, time here is 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, and so forth. 1,000,000 years is right there. Okay, so the radioactivity decays away with time, and I've divided into those three fractions. One is the fission products, which decay, well, they're really very highly radioactive to start with, but they decay relatively quickly, so that even after 1 month, they're down by a factor of 100, and after 10 years, they're down by a factor of 1,000 in terms of radioactivity. And the oldest Pickering fuel that we have that came out of the reactor somewhere in 1971, its fuel is now at roughly this stage, where the fission product radioactivity is lower than the ones of the transuranic actinides, those plutoniums and so forth. And they now will stay there forever, basically, until close to $1 million years. That's where the million-year problem comes from. Okay, but remember that these transuranics, these ones here, are excellent starting fuels in all small modular reactors. So we extract them from our used fuel stockpiles and put them into SMRs, and they start those reactors and get burned. And so what happens is that as we do that, those transuranics in our stockpiles are gone. And what you've got left is the fission products and the uranium that was there. Well, uranium won't decay until about another 4 billion years. So it'll stay that way, fairly constant, just about forever. And it's not very radioactive at all. And remember, you can shield yourself from it with a sheet of paper. So this recovered uranium actually is good replenishment fuel in these types of reactors, which are the fast neutron reactors, which are also small reactors. And so we can even use the recovered uranium and create energy from it, and so that goes away. And so what we've got left with is essentially the fission products. And even in the oldest Pickering fuel, we've just got 2 major radioactive isotopes, strontium-90 and cesium-137, and they will decay eventually as well. But in the meantime, we'll find out that they're actually useful, because what do we do with these fission products? Do we put them into a deep geological repository? Well, remember, even at this point, most of them are non-radioactive. That's all of these here. This is an indication of the mass of the different fission products at different atomic numbers. And I've given the names here from gallium, silver, cerium, europium, and so forth, and everything in between. Perfectly normal atoms, and now non-radioactive after a certain length of time. The only ones that are radioactive are the strontium here and the cesium up there. Whereas, even right away, once you take the stuff out of the reactor, 3 of them here are essentially non-radioactive, and they're rather valuable because palladium, rhodium are catalysts, chemical catalysts, and you use them in your catalytic converters in your cars. So they're useful right away, but of course, if we wait 50 years, we can use all of the rest of them as well. And even the strontium and the cesium are useful in their radioactive state as gamma sources, as measuring devices. You probably saw even the irradiation unit that I had on my first slide, where the little lady was sitting there with this strange-looking thing against her chin that had cesium-137 as a gamma source. And the strontium-90 emits electrons, and so it's being considered as a 30-year battery, a long-lasting battery, useful in Arctic situations or even space and so forth. So even those are useful fission products. Altogether, all the fission products in 50,000 tons of fission products would fetch about $150 billion or $3 million per ton. Okay, just to give you an idea of that. So how fast can we do this? If we consider the time frame, it depends, of course, on the number or size of the fast spectrum reactors that we want to make starting fuel for. And also on the size of the recycling facility. They sort of have to be matched so that you don't make one too big and the other too small. If we take a particular example that's hot at the moment, Pickering is going to close down in 2025, the Pickering reactors. And they have a power of about 3,000 megawatts. They supply a lot of electricity. And in the meantime, over the years, they've collected 15,000 tons of used CANDU fuel. Now, if you look at in terms of fractions, that's 14,840 tons of uranium, recoverable uranium, 110 tons of fission products, and 60 tons of these mixed transuranics of plutonium and neptunium and americium and so forth. So what do we do with them? Well, if we now consider a fast spectrum reactor like the PRISM reactor, which is 300 megawatts, and take 12 of them, so we have a total of 3,600 megawatts that replaces Pickering and basically also replaces the 2 reactors which were shut down a few years ago. Now, each of them requires 5 tons of fissile material from the transuranics. And so altogether, they require 60 tons of mixed transuranics and some recoverable unit. Where are we going to get 60 tons of that mixed transuranics? Well, right there. Okay, so that basically we can take all of the long-lived radiotoxic transuranics from the Pickering fuel, the used fuel, and put them into these reactors to keep Pickering, or the equivalent, running to give us more electricity. So it essentially eliminates all of the long-lived transuranics from the Pickering stockpile, right there, with 12 reactors. So how long does it take? Well, how long does it take to build 12 reactors? Not very long, a few decades. So what about the rest of it? We've got this recovered uranium. Well, in a sense, it's non-radioactive, so we can just leave it, you might say, on the lab bench. I had two kilograms of uranium on my shelf in the lab for 34 years. Nobody really worried about it. They just told me not to put it into the refrigerator with the sandwiches that I have for lunch, because the only danger there is that you ingest it. So it's this recovered uranium is effectively non-radioactive, but even so, at each fuel cycle, because these prisms, these reactors produce fission products, and the fission products gobble up neutrons, so eventually the reactor has to be refueled, get the fission products out, and replace the fission products with uranium, U-238 is all they need. How much? They need about half a ton of uranium per reactor per year, or these 12 take 6 tons per year. And so where do we get them? Well, from right there. We've got 14,800 tons right there, so the arrow should go the other way. We use that material there. How long does that last if this is per year? Well, divide one by the other and you get close to 2,500 years. And remember, you don't have to store this safely in a DGR, because I can have it on my lab bench if it were smaller quantities, okay? So that basically takes care of the used fuel story, except it doesn't take care of Dryden, which is looking at a deep geological repository and obviously the monies that are involved with that. And so I thought, well, what would I do if I lived in Dryden? Well, I tried to persuade the mayor of Ignace about 12 years ago that he should get a small modular reactor and go in this direction rather than a deep geological repository. And I'm pleased to say that even though he's retired, he's in the audience here today. I met him again after 12 years. So I thank you for coming. Effectively, I said, get a fast, small modular reactor for the region and recycle the used CANDU fuel locally. That gives you jobs, it gives you activities for not just a few decades to dig a hole, but forever, just about. And if you've got excess, you can sell the electricity, and it's, in a sense, even better than that. The monies already exist because we've got the $11 billion for a deep geological repository, which we could redirect in this direction. And the Nuclear Waste Management Organization can actually do the recycling, because as a federal organization, they can't do energy, but they can recycle. And the Nuclear Fuel Waste Act, which created them, actually has paragraphs in it which sort of foresaw something better happening perhaps sometime in the future. So it's possible to change for the NWMO. So tell them out there to change and go in this direction. Okay? So if we look at Dryden, for instance, it has a population of about 7,400. Maybe you can correct me. Each person requires about 3 kilowatts of electricity to keep them warm, to keep their tea kettles going constantly all year. So that's three tea kettles worth per person. And that basically would require a reactor of 22,000 megawatts to do that. Well, those reactors exist. If Ignace did it all by itself, it requires a smaller reactor, about 4,000 megawatts, and that exists as well. If you include Dryden, Ignace, Lake Wabagon, Sioux Lookout, and so forth, and Kenora, then you require something the size of the ARC 100, close to 100 megawatts, and so forth. But nuclear is created from heat. And when you do that, you throw about 2/3 of the energy as heat away. And you can use that heat to heat your houses. It's non-radioactive, okay? even though in the reactor itself, but you can have transfers which then basically have barriers in between. So it's non-radioactive heat. They do it in Europe, and their range is the order of 50 kilometers. And if you have it in Dryden, then you can reach Kenora on the one hand and Ignace on the other, and heat their houses in the winter and have excess electricity to sell. If you want to include Thunder Bay, then you can't reach the heat anymore, but you can get a prism reactor, and that would include Thunder Bay as well in this group. So I would say go in that direction. Is it a big job? Well, for instance, an electro refiner, as I was saying in this pyroprocessing process, one of this size uses about 10 tons in a year, say. 250 days is less than a year. And you see how small or big it is. And the requirement for a prism reactor, which would take care of the whole region, is 3 tons per year. So really, this is almost excess. Unless you use the used CANDU fuel to start with, you need a little bit more. And how big is that if you have the entire facility to go from used fuel to new fuel? It's this big, where this device here is that little pot there. So it's one big barn full of stuff. So it's not enormous. So in summary then, we've got 60,000 tons right now. 59,000 tons of that is just plain, normal, non-radioactive, in quotes, uranium. It's radioactive, but its half-life is 4.5 billion years. So it's very little radioactive. It's got 300 tons of transuranics, which is the long-lived radioactive, radiotoxic stuff, and that is good for starting these reactors. You can do it for all of Canada because we're going in that direction. We have to, and I can explain that too. And then we've got these fission products, which are the small, short-lived radiotoxic atoms. So these are normal atoms, the fission products. The enriched starting fuel comes from there. The fuel replenishment comes from there for centuries. The fuel cycling methodologies we have to build on site. Pyroprocessing is what I recommend. It's economical, efficient, and has minimal working waste. You say, do we still need a deep geological repository for it? I think the waste is too small to do that. You might drill a borehole and put it that way. Fast spectrum modular reactors you can buy. They're available from 3 megawatts to 300 megawatts. And NB Power in New Brunswick is actually looking at this one, which is 100 megawatts. So in Canada, we're going in that direction. Time frame, as I indicated, it takes about a few decades to acquire the fuel for these reactors. And then after that, you've got the uranium left, which is replenishment of fuel for centuries of nuclear energy. I think that is my story, and I would say that it would give us long-term energy security in Canada and energy sovereignty and independence. We won't have to worry about Putin giving us enriched fuel, nor do we have to worry about a potential other President Trump that puts an embargo on aluminum and steel. Well, U-235 is much more important than those, so he would certainly put an embargo on that. And remember, it's carbon-free energy. Nuclear energy is carbon-free energy. So it's something that we should stay in and go into in a bigger way. And so this is my final slide. Remember, the next time you have a cup of coffee, that lump of sugar in terms of used fuel is worth $21,000. Thank you very much. Now, I'd be happy to take questions, if I may.
What happens to the fuel when it's finished in the SMR?
Oh, okay. The SMR is basically, sorry, I can speak into this thing. The SMR.
I'm just going to get him to ask the question.
I'm sorry. burn the fuel down by 15%. So instead of topping it up and having the same number of reactors, you can take that fuel, which is 85%, and now put it into 85% of all the reactors you have. So if you had 100 reactors before, you now have 85 reactors. You do it again, you have another 15 that are less, and so forth. So you can work your way down to one reactor that way, and basically then you've got a lump of radioactive transuranics, which I suggest you carve up into little pieces and send them out to the universities of the world, because it's going to be the last such fuel ever. It's okay. Don't worry. I will answer any question. Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Again, I'm Norm Bush. I do have a number of questions, I guess, with respect to the technologies and the applications of the technologies. With these fast spectrum reactors, and again with the small modular reactors, I know they're being looked at and developed, at least in the design stage, by a number of companies. Are there any actually licensed and up and running in Canada?
In Canada, no. We're just looking at those because we decided to go into CANDU reactors, which use natural uranium, whereas any of these reactors require enriched fissile material for them to operate. This is why we didn't go into light water-cooled reactors either way back when, because they also require enriched fuel. And so, essentially, I would say that the Canadian involvement has been that Canadians actually developed that first reactor that first created electricity from uranium, which was the EBR-2. That was Walter Zinn, who was born in Kitchener. And the recycling process, the pyroprocessing, was developed by another Canadian from Aylsham, Saskatchewan, Chuck Till. So we've had Canadian involvement in this. We just didn't bring the technology home yet. So it's about time that we repatriated it, I think.
Yeah, I understand the Canadian decision in the past not to get into enrichment facilities for a variety of reasons, political, military, and others. But it seems to me that what we're talking about here is a pretty major shift in energy production, potentially for the North, which could be decades in the making if we're looking at bringing small and large nuclear reactors up here and fuel processing facilities. It seems to me we would still be looking at the transportation of spent nuclear fuel, processing it up here instead of storing it. And I'm just not sure of where we are technologically with the development of these reactors, and also from a licensing perspective and economically what the total balance looks like. So it just looks to me like there's a lot more work that needs to take place in terms of the design, the building, the licensing, the functioning of it, and also the economics. You know, there's one thing about the economics around the fuel, but I've got questions around the whole economics of building and operating the facilities, the nuclear power plants associated with using that fuel, but also the spent fuel processing facilities, and what does all that look like at the end of the day. And it seems like there's a lot more work that needs to go into it before we have the kind of answers that we need to know whether long-term it makes sense for Northwestern Ontario to get into being supplied by nuclear reactors and also having a spent fuel processing facility up here versus potentially a DGR. Those are just my thoughts.
Let me give you an example. The reactor that was built, the EBR-2, it ran from 1964 to 1994 already. So basically the development of the technology is done. all we have to do is copy and do it if we want to build our own. You can buy. The other thing in terms of putting things in isolated places, Pickering was farmers' fields when OPG first built their reactor. Pickering now, after 50 years, is a bustling town of over 100,000 people. So basically, if you build it, they will come. I would not sell any region short in terms of tackling a development like this and making it work. In terms of work to be done, well, that's good. That's jobs. Well, you can capture, oh, there's another one here.
Hi there. I understand that the nuclear lab in Pinawa and the waste that was produced there is apparently leaking into the environment. I wonder if you could speak to that.
Well, I mean, this is why you know, I told you that the measurement that they made in Pinawa of water flow in that pluton, which they thought was dry stuff, that's why they picked the plutons, was as fast as that. I was flabbergasted when I found that it would go 25 meters in a week. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you say, well, you know, but in Pinawa and the pluton, they wouldn't have radioactive stuff. So is this from the reactor in Pinawa itself? Yeah. No, basically, the thing is, if you store the radioactive waste, then I would say, you know, with time, eventually something's going to happen. But what I'm suggesting is here is that you use it, you stick it back into the reactor. And then what comes out in the process is short-term radioactive stuff. So even if that leaks, it'll decay away within the order of decades.
The pluton's hydraulic conductivity is much greater than you originally thought. And because of that, the nuclear repository that is proposed for the Ignace area is in the same boat, that the hydraulic conductivity could be considerably higher than calculated.
Well, it seems to me you have to measure it because you know, the material doesn't go through solid rock. It goes through fissures. It goes through cracks, and if you have enough cracks that are you know, continuous enough, then it'll move under a bit of pressure. So I would say you have to await the results of the borehole experiments that they did up there. They've I think drilled the boreholes, but I haven't seen any results in terms of conductivity measurements.
Okay, and just one supplemental. I understand from word of mouth that the boreholes on the site are full of water.
Well, I would say any hole that you dig anywhere will fill up with water. I mean, you've probably noticed that in your backyard as well. Well, I don't know where the water comes from, so I have no idea other than that they said they've drilled the boreholes and they've got core samples and so forth. I don't know what any answers are.
Yeah, it's Joe Howe here. Thanks, Peter. That was really good. I was very intrigued. I'm a bit of a nuclear junkie, so I love that stuff. Certainly at NWMO, we're always looking at that. Part of our APM process is to look at recycling, and we put a report every year on recycling. So stuff like what Peter has talked about, we're looking at continuously as part of our process. With respect to the borehole, though, you're right. One of the measurements that we do on the rock is something called hydroconductivity, the K value as that. So we have put out a statement of confidence with respect to the rock and the analysis thus far that we've done on the Pluton, the Revel. We're getting numbers of 10 to the minus 12 at this point in time for the movement through the rock an area which we're looking at this point in time. And you're right, water flows through fractures. And that's exactly the nature of the work we're trying to do. We're trying to prove and show and demonstrate that the fracture network is such that it's disconnected from the surface. That's the whole idea behind this, the research. And if we can't prove that, it can't be done safely. So definitely we're trying to demonstrate that. The other way in which we demonstrate, that the rock is separated is we actually look at the age of the water in the deep sort of zone there. And the numbers right now are showing that the age of rocks are greater than 1 million years. The age of the water is greater than 1 million years. So that's one other additional piece of evidence that we're looking at when it comes to the rock.
We have one final question, and then we are going to have to move on to our next presenter, but I'll pass the mic.
Actually, mine's not a question. It's on the previous set of questions with respect to small modular reactors. So for those who I haven't met yet today, my name's Nancy Greencourt, and I'm the Director of the Waste and Decommissioning Division at the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission. And the question was with respect to the license application for small modular reactors, or SMRs. At this time, the CNSC has not granted approval to operate a small modular reactor. But if, in cognizant of time, and it's outside the scope, if anybody would like to have some questions about the process for license applications and the status of small modular reactors, we'd be happy to discuss it at the break.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Nancy. Thank you, Joe, and thank you, Peter, for your presentation. Yeah, we can grab it. If anyone does have any further questions, I'm sure Peter, Nancy, or Joe are more than welcome to chat outside during the breaks. We're going to continue on to our next virtual session, so we stay on track here. We have a presentation called Nuclear Medicine in Canada. It's by Andrea Armstrong. Andrea Armstrong has led the McMaster University Radioisotope Research and Development Program since 2009. Her research centers on reactor-based isotope production, including the discovery, translation, and commercialization of novel medical technologies. She has over 15 years experience in radioisotope production, radiochemical separations, medical isotope device development, and early-stage radiopharmaceutical design. Andrea has designed and continues to teach McMaster's interdisciplinary radioisotopes in medicine course, which introduces undergrads to the multifaceted field of medical isotope science and plays an active role in promoting nuclear science to the public. Andrea is co-chair of the Canadian Nuclear Society's Science and Technology of Radioisotopes Division and a member of the Canadian Nuclear Isotope Council's Policy Committee. She holds a PhD in chemistry from the University of Calgary. So if we have Andrea on the line, she can go ahead and take it away. One second there, Andrea. We're just going to get your audio piped in. You should be good to go now.
Okay, thanks so much. Is that working? Are you able to hear? Okay, thanks so much. Thanks again for the invitation to be here and for the very kind introduction. I wanted to thank Colleen and the rest of the team at the Town of Dryden for inviting me to be here to speak with you today. And to Kim Mitchell for initially making the connection between us. I do apologize, I'm not actually there in person. I'd like to come up sometime and visit, that would be lovely. But for now, for today, I'm actually speaking to you from the traditional territories of the Mississauga and the Haudenosaunee nations from Hamilton, Ontario, which is within the territories that are protected by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. my expertise is in chemistry in particular and in radioisotope research and production, and I've been in the nuclear medicine, radiopharmaceutical development space for a number of years now, so that's really where my core expertise sits. So I was sent a number of questions from the town of Dryden about what some of your interests are in better understanding what nuclear medicine is and how it's related to nuclear power. I unfortunately am not able to see my slides right now, which is leaving me a little lost. Trevor, are you able to tell me how I can see those? Control the slides, or is that something you have to do? There we are. Thank you so much. So if we could go to the first slide, please, or the next slide. All right, so MAC, we're located in Southern Ontario, and we've had strong research programs in nuclear science and engineering all the way back to the 1950s. So something we're known for these days is our nuclear research reactor, which is Canada's most powerful nuclear research reactor. And it's also a major producer of medical isotopes for use in cancer therapy. So my group is focused on helping to provide radiopharmaceutical researchers with early access to next generation isotopes so that they can help to develop the drug products of the future for personalized medicine, particularly around cancer care. So the next slide just shows the list of questions that I received from the organizing committee. And a lot of these questions are just looking at how does nuclear medicine interface with nuclear power? What does that have to do with used nuclear fuel? What does that have to do with the deep geological repository? And sort of what is the interface between nuclear medicine, cyclotrons, nuclear research reactors, and power reactors. So rather than sort of go through a long list of questions and try to answer them all specifically, what I thought I would do today is to try to give you an overview of nuclear medicine and some context that hopefully will help to answer these questions by the end of our sort of 45 minutes together. And if we don't, I've got my email address on the last slide, and I'm happy to answer questions at any time, either today or in the future. So on the next slide, we have a very simple question, which is, what is nuclear medicine? The answer to that is the use of nuclear materials in medicine, which is not a super helpful definition unless we're clear on what nuclear substances are or what radioactive substances are. So our next slide just has some graphics that will hopefully just make sure we're all on the same page when we're talking about what nuclear materials are and how we would potentially use them in medicine. So as most of us probably know, the whole world is made up of matter, whether that's the chair you're sitting on, or it's the computer screen that I'm staring at right now, or it's the glass of water you had at the break. Everything is made up of materials. And materials are made up of chemicals, also called molecules. So if you've got a glass of water, it's full of water molecules. The glass itself is made out of borosilicates and so on. So that's matter at the macro scale. A cup of water has millions and millions of billions of molecules of water inside of it. So molecules are very, very small. And each molecule is made up of atoms that are bonded together to form that molecule. So breaking down the molecule even more, we look at the atom. So each individual atom is it's a little world of its own. So it has a center called a nucleus that contains protons and neutrons. And then there's a bunch of electrons that sort of orbit around that nucleus in a bit of a cloud. So when we talk about nuclear materials or radioactive materials, what we're usually saying is we have an atom that has a nucleus that has too much energy in it. So somehow the protons and neutrons are energized, they're in a high energy state, and the atom doesn't like that. It's a radioactive atom, a radionuclide, radioisotope, whatever you want to call it. It's an atom and its nucleus has too much energy. So it does the same thing that you or I do when we have too much energy, except instead of going jogging or kickboxing or something like that, what a radioactive atom does is it gives off radiation to get rid of that excess energy. And different radioactive atoms give off different types of energy. So maybe it's alpha particles or beta particles, maybe it's gamma radiation. They can give off all different types of radiation. They can do this quickly, they can do this slowly, as Peter was just talking about. Some of them are very, very long lived and live for a long time. Some of them only survive for microseconds or nanoseconds. So it can be a fast or a slow process, depending on the particular radioisotope that we're looking at. So on the next slide, what we're going to look at is how this affects how we use radioactive materials in medicine. So these radioactive materials have different types of radiation, and these different types of radiation interact differently with different materials. So on the far right-hand side of the slide, you can see just a little example of an alpha particle, a beta particle, and a gamma ray. And they're all traveling in the same direction, and they hit a piece of paper. The alpha particle stops. The beta and gamma go through it, and then they hit a piece of aluminum. The beta gets stopped by that aluminum. The gamma doesn't. It goes all the way through until it hits the lead. So different types of radiation have very different interactions with matter, and that's what we use in nuclear medicine. Some radioisotopes are going to give off energy that's good for imaging. Some radioisotopes are going to give off energy that's better for therapy, so for destroying tumors and so on. So when we look at a particular radioisotope and we think, is this good or bad for use in nuclear medicine, what we're asking ourselves is it giving off particles that are the right energy to do something that we want to do? Maybe diagnose a disease, maybe treat a disease. And then, does it have an appropriate half-life? If we're administering radioactive substances to people, we don't want them to be radioactive for days and days and days. But we do need to have enough time to make that drug and get it administered to the patient before the radioisotope disappears. So where do the radioactive materials that we use in medicine come from? They come from the deliberate production of these radioactive substances, usually in nuclear research facilities. So you can make an atom radioactive by taking just a stable atom and adding a high energy particle to it. So the nucleus of the atom contains protons and neutrons. If you take a really fast moving neutron and slam it into the atomic nucleus, it'll get absorbed. But now you've got too much energy in that nucleus and it wants to give off energy. So the way we make radioactive isotopes is by adding something to the nucleus. And the two main ways we do this are either using nuclear reactors or using a type of particle accelerator that's called a cyclotron. You can think of a nuclear reactor, particularly a nuclear research reactor, as a source of neutrons. It's got a bunch of nuclear fission happening. It's releasing lots and lots of neutrons. So you can put samples inside your nuclear research reactor and expose them to neutrons. On the other hand, you could take your sample over to a cyclotron. Cyclotrons are great for making charged particles like protons, deuterons, sometimes alpha particles. The reason that we use both nuclear reactors and cyclotrons is that they're complementary production techniques. So you have a nuclear reactor, whether that's a nuclear research reactor or a nuclear power reactor, it still has neutrons. And if we take the example of yttrium-89, which is the example I've shown in the center of this slide, if you take yttrium-89 and you add a neutron to it, you get a radioactive form of yttrium called yttrium-90. Yttrium-90 is used to treat liver cancer. So it's an important medical isotope. If you start off with that exact same stable yttrium-89, and instead of taking it to a nuclear reactor, you take it to a cyclotron, the cyclotron is going to add a proton to that yttrium. And the yttrium turns into zirconium-89, which is also radioactive, but it's not used to treat cancer, it's used to diagnose cancer. Right, so you've got the exact same substance, this yttrium-89, and you can either treat it in a nuclear reactor, research reactor, or power reactor, or you can treat it in a cyclotron. And depending on which type of particle you add to it, you get a different medically useful isotope. So that's why we want to always make sure that we have access to both nuclear reactors and cyclotrons so that we can make the widest possible array of radioisotopes for use in medicine. Next slide, please. So we're not going to go over this slide in detail. This is my quick overview slide. If you want to know how radioisotopes are used in medicine, basically this slide wraps it up. There are a number of different applications. We're going to talk about them for the next 20 minutes or so, not in tremendous detail, but just to help you understand, one of the key questions was, how do we benefit from nuclear medicine? What's the point of doing this? How does nuclear medicine make life better for Canadians? And that's what we're going to try to answer in the next 20 minutes, half an hour. So radioisotopes can be used to help diagnose disease or to treat disease. And there's lots of different treatment modalities. There's radiopharmaceuticals, there's brachytherapy, there's radioembolic therapy. These are all used for different types of cancer, and they also use different radioisotopes depending on what's most appropriate for the particular patient and the particular condition you're trying to treat. So on our next slide, we're going to start off by looking at diagnostic agents, sometimes called diagnostic radiopharmaceuticals. Often if you go to a hospital and you look for the nuclear medicine department, this is the type of thing they're talking about. Traditionally, nuclear medicine in a hospital means radiopharmaceuticals to image patients. A lot of the treatment, the radioisotope-based treatments often fall under radiation oncology, not nuclear medicine. But your traditional nuclear medicine department, this is the type of thing they're going to be doing. So what they're doing is they're getting a radioactive isotope that has appropriate properties to be detected outside of a person, and they're attaching that radioactive atom onto a molecule of some sort. Why would you want to do that? Well, you'd want to do that because your radioactive isotope is giving off radiation, and you can use that to trace where that radioactive drug is inside the patient. So you can use it to basically monitor biochemical processes inside a patient. So on my slide, I've got a couple of the most commonly used radiopharmaceuticals that we're going to talk about a little bit more later on. On the left-hand side, we have a molecule called 2-fluorodeoxyglucose. If you studied nutrition or biology, you might recognize this molecule. It looks pretty familiar except for the bright red 18F hanging off the end of it. This molecule is basically glucose. So it's sugar, and we've attached a radioactive fluorine onto it so that we can trace where that sugar is going inside a patient's body. The center image is Tech99M Medronate, which is sold under a number of different trade names. Don't worry about the trade names. They're always quite complicated. Technetium is a little bit of an oddball chemical element. It's not something that's found in nature. So the technetium is the important part of this molecule because it's the radioactive part. It's the part that we can trace. But what we've really done with this molecule is we've disguised technetium as a phosphate. Look at all those PO4s, POHs sitting on the other sides of the technetium. This is technetium in disguise, dressed up to look like a phosphate. So that when you inject this into the body, your body is going to recognize it and say, oh, this is phosphate. So we're going to send this to whatever parts of the body are currently using phosphate. So for example, if you have a broken bone, bones are mostly calcium phosphate, and your body will see this imaging agent coming and it'll say, oh good, here's some phosphate. We're going to send this phosphate over to where that bone repair is happening. So tagging molecules with radioactive isotopes enables us to detect where in the body these types of biochemical processes are going on. And then by having the patient lying under a radiation detector, we can make videos or take planar still images of where things are in their body at specific times. So our next slide, we're just going to look at a couple of examples of this. So there's different types of scanners. I don't want to get into the physics of nuclear imaging. I don't think it's necessary for what we're going to talk about here today. But typically we talk about PET scans, which everyone has heard of, and we talked about SPECT scans, which people by and large haven't heard of, which is kind of odd. In Canada, SPECT's actually way more common than PET, but somehow we're all more familiar with the acronym PET scanner. So these are two different types of detectors, and it just depends what type of radiation your imaging isotope is giving off. Some of them are more compatible with a PET scanner, some are compatible with a SPECT scanner. But it's all the same process of picking a molecule that has interesting biochemistry, tagging on a radioisotope, and then monitoring where it goes in the human body. So our next slide has a couple of examples of that. So why would we want to do this? This seems like a lot of work. Why don't we just take an X-ray of someone or put them in a CT scan or get an MRI, something like that? What is the added value of doing nuclear imaging as opposed to just taking pictures of people with an X-ray camera? So that's what I'm going to try to look at for the next couple of minutes. The key to diagnostic imaging with nuclear materials is that we're able to get what's called functional imaging, not just structural imaging. So we're not just getting a static image of the structures inside someone's body, like their ribs, their ankles, their bones, cartilage, and so on. What we're getting is a snapshot of the biochemistry that's happening inside their body, which can be tremendously revealing. So this is a case study from a Radiopedia website, which is designed to teach radiology students about imaging techniques. So the case study presents with, we have a 25-year-old woman who goes to her doctor because she has persistent heel pain. So the doctor prescribes an X-ray which is a type of structural imaging, to check to see maybe she's got a broken bone or something dislocated. So on the left-hand side of the screen, we're looking at an image of this woman's right heel. If you're familiar with x-rays, this looks pretty normal. There's really no sign of a problem here. Her heel looks okay. There's no sign of obviously broken bones. So based on this, the physician says, you know, everything looks fine. But everything's not fine because her heel keeps on hurting. So she goes back to the doctor and says, you know, we need to do a follow-up because, you know, I tried resting it and icing it and it's not really helping. So what we do then is we do diagnostic imaging using a radioactive tracer. Because we're not seeing anything at the structural level, maybe there's something wrong at the biochemical level. So the right-hand side of the screen is showing the results of the nuclear imaging using technetium-99m, so a radioactive imaging technique. And what we're seeing here is in this woman's right heel, there's a very high uptake of this tracer. So what we're seeing at the biochemical level is that this woman has a high uptake of a radiotracer, which is associated with bone maintenance. So although we can't see anything wrong on the structural image, at the molecular level, there's something wrong with this woman's heel. So if you're a radiologist and you're an expert in assessing these sorts of images and making a differential diagnosis, the diagnosis for this woman is going to be that she has a stress fracture in her heel that you're not able to see on an x-ray image because it's a stress fracture. It's a very, very, very small fracture. So it's not showing up on an x-ray because your heel bone is quite large and quite thick. So it's not surprising you'd miss sort of a hairline fracture. But when we look at what's happening biochemically at the molecular level, we can see her body is desperately trying to heal this broken or fractured bone. So she's seeing high uptake of that in her heel. Okay, so we're getting information about the biochemical functions within her body, not just the physical structures. That's a bit of a niche example. Our next slide looks at the most common application of diagnostic imaging in Canada these days. And this is the use of the technetium agent that's shown at the top right of your screen. It's sold under a number of different trade names, Sestamibi, Cardiolite. You might be most familiar with this drug because you might have had a stress test, a cardiac stress test, or known someone who does. It's often just referred to as a stress test. So we know that heart disease is a major cause of illness and death in Canada. We know that an enormous number of Canadians go to emergency rooms every year because they feel funny in their chest, et cetera, et cetera. And we need a way to diagnose whether this person is having a heart attack, whether they're having angina, do they need a bypass, et cetera, et cetera. So we need a way to accurately diagnose how well this person's heart is functioning. And nuclear medicine is a way that we do that. So your heart is mostly soft tissue. You're not necessarily going to see anything on an x-ray. What we do instead is nuclear imaging. So there's a number of different camera angles you can take, and those are shown on the left-hand side. If you're wondering why it looks like rings and sort of horseshoe-shaped and things, the left-hand side graphic is just showing you what camera angles you're using to generate these sort of weird-looking images at the bottom. And they are kind of weird-looking shapes unless you're a cardiologist who's an expert in interpreting these images. So what's a stress test? How does it work? The idea is we want to understand how a patient's heart is functioning when they're at rest, and then what happens if you stress the heart. Is it able to supply more blood and therefore more oxygen to the rest of the body or not? So what you typically do is you'd prepare a patient dose of radiopharmaceutical. You would inject that into the patient, and you'd do a series of images with the patient just at rest. You'd then ask the patient to run or walk on a treadmill, depending on their level of physical fitness, and then you'd record a second set of images. This is not the clearest set of images, but if you look at on the right-hand side, the rest images versus the stress images, you'll notice that on the stress images, the lower portion of the image is actually much narrower than on the top. So we're getting a sort of a bulging and a distortion of tracer uptake when this patient's heart is stressed. And what that's basically telling us is that this patient's heart is really struggling to provide sufficient blood flow to the entire organ. So our next slide just shows us how you would go about interpreting that data. So what this is showing us is that there's a particular part of the heart muscle that is not getting enough blood flow through it, and therefore enough oxygen through it for that heart muscle to function properly. So there's less functioning of that part of the heart because there's not enough blood getting to it, because there's a blockage of the artery. Okay. This is not an extreme example. This is a patient who is having some impaired blood flow. You can see some of these images where the stress test basically is only one side of the image, not both sides of the image. It can be quite severe. So if you're a cardiologist or a nuclear imaging specialist, you can look at these sort of rest versus stress things, and you can use this to determine whether or not your patient needs immediate surgery, a triple bypass, or whether this is something that should be managed with, exercise, diet, and that sort of thing. Right? So we're able to actually image how well the heart muscle is functioning, how well it's taking up this tracer. So it's an incredibly important application of diagnostic nuclear medicine. Our next slide is just a quick warning. So diagnostic imaging is often used for cancer patients, and that's what we're going to be showing on the next slide. And I know, I remember, I'm a chemist by training. I build and design molecules. And I remember when I got into the nuclear medicine field, they show you patient scans, and sometimes they can be a little upsetting if you're not accustomed to looking at these types of images. So I thought I would just share a slight warning with you before we go on to the next slide. So our next slide shows two of the most common uses of radiotracers in medicine. So on the left-hand side of the screen, we have a PET scan of a woman who's been diagnosed with primary breast cancer. So on the picture of the body, we see there's a little arrowhead that's pointing towards a large black spot. That's the primary tumor that has been detected by palpation. In other words, there's a lump in the breast that's large enough that the patient can feel it, the surgeon can feel it, and so on. So anytime we're diagnosing someone with cancer, the first thing we need to know is, what is the stage of this cancer? Has it spread? Is it localized? Can we just treat this with surgery? Do we need radiation therapy? Do we need chemotherapy? And that's one of the primary uses of nuclear medicine, particularly with this radioactive sugar molecule called FDG. So cancer cells are basically cells that are growing really rapidly, and they're multiplying out of control. They need an enormous amount of energy. Glucose is energy, sugar is energy. So if you inject a patient with a radioactive form of sugar, it's going to go to the parts of their body that are using a lot of energy. You can actually see just the base of the skull in this woman. Your brain uses an enormous amount of sugar. That's why the inside of the skull looks black, because your brain uses tons of sugar. But what's more disturbing is that in addition to the major black spot, which we know is the primary cancer, there's a bunch of smaller black spots up under this woman's armpit. And what that's showing us is that the cancer has spread from the breast into the nearby lymph nodes. So that's not a diagnosis that anyone wants to get, but it's a diagnosis that the oncologist needs to have, so that the oncologist knows how to plan this woman's treatment. So the good news for this patient is we're not seeing anything in the lymph nodes in the other part of the body. It's very localized. So you're probably going to want to remove those lymph nodes, do surgery to remove the primary tumor, perhaps have some radiation therapy, chemotherapy as a follow-up, and so on. But this is telling us that we have to treat not just the primary tumor, but that it's starting to spread. Okay. On the right-hand side, we have a more severe example. This is going back to our technetium disguised as phosphate that we talked about earlier. This is a patient who has been diagnosed by his physician with lung cancer. Lung cancer is often diagnosed later stage when it's spread to other organs. So we can inject this patient with a technetium that's disguised as phosphate, and that radiotracer is going to go to the parts of this person's body where bone is growing rapidly. Apart from children or people who've broken a bone, really, your bones should not be growing rapidly. So all of these black spots, we're seeing a front image and a back image of this patient. All of these areas, these black spots, are cancer metastases. Okay, so this person has lung cancer, and it's spread throughout the body and throughout the skeleton. So this is someone who's going to be, this is a terminal situation for this patient, unfortunately. And again, it's not a diagnosis someone wants, but it helps the physician and it helps the patient to understand what their treatment options are, and what their next steps in their life and their personal planning are going to be. Okay, so you can take x-rays of people all day long, and you can take CT scans of people all day long. They're not going to tell you that you have lymph nodes that are using too much energy, and they're not going to tell you that you have a bone repair process going on. They're just going to show you someone's skeleton. Okay, the nuclear medicine is what enables us to look at these biochemical processes, which tells us what's going on at the molecular level inside our patient. Okay, next slide. So diagnostic agents are something we have some of the best information for. There's a group called the Canadian Association for Drugs and Technology and Health. They put out a biannual report that does a really great job of documenting all the places in Canada that are doing diagnostic imaging, how many patients they're doing, et cetera, how many scanners there are from coast to coast across Canada, that sort of thing. So with PET imaging in Canada, Canada does fewer PET scans per capita than most European countries, but it's something that's growing a lot. In the last 2 years, we've increased our PET scans per capita by 39%, which is just enormous. So it's about, 120,000 people a year are being diagnosed with PET scans. So sort of, 1 out of every 300 Canadians gets a PET scan every year. Right now, we've got 57 PET scanners coast to coast. That's up from only 51 PET scanners a couple of years ago. So again, this is something that's growing. There's a number of different radiopharmaceuticals or molecules that you can use for this. Most of them are based on F18. The main one is that radioactive sugar that we've looked at. So PET usage in Canada is about 80% for cancer, and it's 80% FDG. The secondary usage is for cardiac imaging, and that's usually an isotope called rubidium-82. Typically, fluorine-18 is very short-lived. It's got about a 2-hour half-life, so you typically make it on site, which is why on the right-hand side of the slide, you'll see the locations of PET scanners in Canada and the locations of cyclotrons in Canada. And you'll notice they do line up somewhat. You typically will have a cyclotron located nearby where your PET scanner is, to make sure that patients have access to the radiopharmaceuticals they need, not only to the PET scanners. Next slide provides you with a similar sort of quick overview of SPECT imaging in Canada. Again, the PET versus SPECT is just about the particular isotopes you're using. SPECT is much more standard in Canada. We're at 1.2 million imaging scans per year, so there's 10 times as many SPECT scans as PET scans. And even this is rising about 9 or 10% a year. Utilization of SPECT is very different than PET. So with PET, it's 80% oncology and then some heart imaging. SPECT utilization is all over the place. So the main single most important usage is still those cardiac stress tests we mentioned. Musculoskeletal, so that's imaging with phosphate-based agents to look at abnormalities in the skeleton and so on. Oncology, but it's also looking at lymph nodes. It's looking at people's thyroids. It's looking at how well your kidneys are functioning, how well your liver is functioning. So SPECT agents, just technetium drugs alone, there are 18 different technetium-based imaging agents that are approved for use in Canada. So there's an enormous number of different drugs that are used for this application. Yeah, next slide. So where do these diagnostic radioisotopes come from? I sort of already mentioned fluorine-18. We'll start with technetium. Technetium-99m is the most widely used diagnostic isotope in nuclear medicine. So when we're looking at those SPECT scans, the 1.2 million a year that we're doing in Canada, at least 1 million of those are technetium scans. We don't have the exact breakdown, but it's by far the most widely used isotope. It's not something that's currently produced in Canada. There are about 10 research reactors around the world shown on this map that take enriched uranium, put it in the nuclear reactor to make it fission, then dissolve that enriched uranium and chemically separate out molybdenum-99 because molybdenum-99 decays to technetium. So molybdenum-99 is just a different radioisotope. It's loaded onto what they call a generator, which is basically a column of alumina. I've shown a cutaway version of a generator here, and then also what they actually look like when they're packaged to be distributed. So what you do is you stick the molybdenum-99 on this resin column and you put some lead around it, and you ship that out to hospitals. The molybdenum decays to technetium slowly over a period of about 2 weeks. And every day the technologists at the hospital can go in, they can run some fresh saline through their generator, and the technetium washes off into their vial, and they can use that to produce patient doses of radiopharmaceuticals. So technetium is a bit of an oddball. It does have a different production route than really any other radioisotope that's used in nuclear medicine. So there's this network of 10 research reactors, and there's about 4 or 5 different processing facilities around the world. Again, none of them is in Canada, where they're processing that enriched uranium and separating out the medical isotope to be manufactured into these generators. So by the time the generators come to Canada, it's just Moly 99, which has got a half-life of several days. And the hospitals use the generators for about 2 weeks, and then they send them back to the manufacturer to be disposed of. Next slide. Our next slide looks at something that's a lot more typical. So I mentioned with F-18, all the cyclotrons across the country, there's about 24 of them. Almost all of them produce fluorine-18. And this is just for your interest. This is what a typical hospital cyclotron would look like. This is the one we have on our campus. So the left-hand image is, you can see the sort of copper coils. Those are the coils of the cyclotron where you're actually accelerating particles. You can attach things onto that, and you attach things like on the top right side, I've got something that says titanium target. That's basically a little jar that you can put your water in. You attach that onto the cyclotron, it bombards it with protons, and you make fluorine-18. The cyclotron is about as tall as I am, which doesn't really help because you can't see me in person. The cyclotron's 5 or 6 feet tall. It's about the size of a typical adult, so it doesn't take up a lot of space. It's in an underground vault so that it's got shielding around it, and you can actually run the radioisotopes from the cyclotron directly into these large lead-shielded hot cells that we're showing in the center of slide. That looks like what we're seeing on the right-hand side when there's people actually in there doing radiopharmaceutical manufacturing. So the medical isotopes come from the cyclotron into the hot cell. You have a bunch of skilled technicians who are manipulating them, attaching them onto the drug molecules, and distributing them. So basically, all of your radio imaging agents or radio imaging isotopes except Tech-99m are generated in cyclotrons. Some of them are generated on site, like coast to coast, in these 24 different cyclotrons. A lot of other ones, like gallium-67, indium-111, rubidium, germanium, these are generated at larger cyclotrons, sometimes in Canada, sometimes not. Canada does have a big privately owned cyclotron facility in Vancouver owned by BWXT. Where they have higher power cyclotrons that can make a wider range of medical isotopes. Some others are imported from around the world, but these are all cyclotron generated medical isotopes. So you're starting off with a stable isotope, you're adding a proton, you separate out the radioisotope, and you deal with the waste stream that you've generated. Yeah, I think that's what I wanted to say about the diagnostics. If we could move on, we'll talk briefly about some of the therapeutic applications of radioisotopes. And there are many of them, and we won't do too much detail on them. So our next slide actually shows us, it's one of my favorite slides that I like to show, especially to students. A lot of people don't know that the use of radioisotopes for therapy goes back over 100 years. So on our next slide, we'll actually see some of the earliest uses of radioisotopes to treat cancer, which was also some of the first effective treatments for cancer. So Mary Curie discovered radium back in 1898. By 2 years later, someone had discovered that if you put radium on your skin for too long, you get a burn. And 2 or 3 years later after that, some clinicians had discovered that if you make a source of radium and you hold it deliberately near a patient's cancer, you can successfully destroy cancer. Okay, so this is the first effective treatment of cancer other than surgery. Right? Chemotherapy didn't become a thing until the 1950s and 60s. Right? External beam radiation therapy is also the 1950s. So the first successful treatment of cancer was using radium-226, little sealed sources of radium-226 that you could insert near the cancer site for a short period of time to deliver an acute toxic dose of radiation and then remove them. So the next slide shows where we've gone since then. Some things look pretty similar, some things look quite different. Nowadays, exactly what we talked about on the previous slide is called brachytherapy. And more than half of Canadian radiation therapists use brachytherapy, sometimes in conjunction with, your typical external beam radiation therapy, sometimes instead of it. What we have now is a very, very, very tiny source, the size of a needle. And then we have a series of applicators, which is what we're shown on the right. So for example, at the top right, if you had someone who had a tumor in their nasal cavity, this is an applicator that you would insert into the nasal cavity, and then the little tubes that are running at the bottom of it, we would fire in our little tiny radioactive source from an afterloader, which is shown at the bottom of the screen. So you can fire the sample in, the radioactive source in, you can leave it there for 2 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, whatever your treatment plan recommends. And then you'd have that source return down into the afterloader where it's being stored in a shielded environment. So this brachytherapy is something that's been used to increase survival rates in a number of different types of cancer. Nowadays, nobody uses radium-226. Instead, we're using iridium-192. This is a radioisotope that's generated in nuclear research reactors. So you buy very high purity iridium wire, you put it in the nuclear reactor, you add some neutrons to it, it becomes radioactive. For processing, all you're doing is taking iridium wire and you're putting it inside a titanium cylinder and you're welding it shut. So there's no waste stream. It's really a very, very simple process. Next slide just shows an alternative to that. So when we're looking at those iridium things, we're taking a radioactive source, taking it in and out of the tumor very quickly. Another thing you can do is you can take sources that have much less radioactivity in and actually implant them permanently at the disease site. So this is a technique known as low dose rate brachytherapy, and it's been held responsible for increasing the survival rate of early stage prostate cancer significantly from the 1990s to 2015, which is when it sort of became the standard of care. So nowadays it's used to treat, particularly in China, it's used to treat a much wider range of cancers because it's very cheap. It's about $1,200 a treatment. Takes a couple of hours of time, and it's very, very effective. So the radioactive material is made into a little tiny source that's being shown on the person's finger at the top right of your screen. The source is small enough it fits in a needle. You can actually string them together into long needles of brachytherapy sources and insert them into the patient as necessary. The next couple of slides are just going to show, for your interest, what it looks like to make this sort of an isotope. So these are some pictures that I took at our research reactor here at MAC. MAC's actually the world's biggest producer of iodine-125, which is one of the two commonly used isotopes for this technique. So we start off with some xenon gas. You put it in a cylinder. One of our reactor operators takes that and puts that down in the core of our nuclear reactor. So the blue glow is the core of the reactor. And anywhere where it's blue and glowing, there's lots of neutrons available. After the xenon has absorbed neutrons, it's radioactive, and you can start to separate out the radioactive iodine from the xenon gas. And so our staff do this in specially designed workspaces with breathable air, so on, and remote handling tools so they're not touching things with their bare hands. The next slide just shows the end of that process. So you're working in this environment, so you've got a room within a room with separate ventilation, a breathable air hood, and we're packing up material and sending out solutions of I-125 every day of the week, sending them all around the world so that they can be manufactured into brachytherapy sources. So our next slide is our last slide on this brachytherapy topic, just to show you what it looks like for the clinician when they're doing treatment planning in a hospital. So they have little tiny seeds. They're using a computer program to image where this person has a tumor and to figure out how many radioactive seeds should we put in, where should they be located, and to line up to make sure that you're getting the right radiation dose to the right part of the tumor. So brachytherapy is a pretty standard treatment for prostate cancer. One of the most interesting things going on right now with low dose rate brachytherapy is there's a new clinical trial up in northern Canada to look at using brachytherapy for women with early stage breast cancer. One of the problems we have in Canada is that people who live in remote regions don't often have worse outcomes when they're diagnosed with cancer than people in southern Canada. So one of the reasons they've discovered for this is that women often who live in remote regions often will be prescribed a course of radiation therapy, and that might be 6 or 8 weeks long, and they don't always complete that course of therapy just because they can't walk away from their life for 6 or 8 weeks to sit in a hospital. So there's a clinical trial going on right now using palladium-103 brachytherapy instead of a 6 or 8 week course of radiation therapy. So perhaps what you do instead is you have a woman who travels once to the hospital, they do the surgery to remove the primary tumor, and then instead of saying come back for 6 to 8 weeks twice a week, you simply implant the little tiny little tiny needles around where the tumor was. Takes about an hour, and that's a permanent radiation therapy. Right, so your cost is still less than $3,000 a patient, but it's done in an hour rather than over a period of weeks and weeks. Our next slide is something that's still a rather niche application. So brachytherapy is the standard of care for many, many types of cancer in Canada. There's something new that's coming down the pipeline, radioembolic therapy, which has been in development for the last 30 years. It's something that's been designed specifically for treating liver cancer, but it's now in research to treat things like pancreatic cancer, brain tumors, and so on. So this is a concept that's designed for highly vascularized tumors. The idea is you take a bunch of little tiny radioactive microspheres and you use them to cut off the blood supply to a tumor and then to blast that tumor with damaging radiation. So on the next slide, I'll just show you what the production process looks like. The microspheres are made in non-radioactive production facilities around the world, and they're shipped to a nuclear research reactor. So they might be little glass beads that are in a glass vial, or they might be plastic in a plastic vial. Either way you take them, you put them in the nuclear reactor to form the radioisotope. Then they go to a clean room facility where they do quality control testing and dispense patient doses. So again, this is something else that really doesn't have much in the way of a waste stream, other than some leftover microspheres if there's too much activity for the patient, which you would then decay store on site. So this to me is an exciting therapy. It's exciting to see people trying to combat diseases, especially like pancreatic cancer that right now has very, very poor patient outcomes. The final topic for today, I am conscious of time. I know we started a few minutes late, but we will still try to wrap up on time. The final application that we're going to talk about today is something called therapeutic radiopharmaceuticals, sometimes called targeted internal radionuclide therapy. You might have heard of this now as targeted alpha therapy or radioligand therapy. These are all terms that basically mean the same thing. And what these are is trying to come up with an effective treatment for cancer that's already spread. Okay? Brachytherapy is wonderful if you know where the tumor is and it hasn't spread to multiple sites in the body. Same with radioembolic therapy. It's great if you've got a tumor in your liver. It's a great treatment for that. But if you have systemic disease with multiple cancer sites throughout your body, it's going to be very, very, very difficult to treat that with surgery or with brachytherapy or whatever, just because there's multiple sites. So what we want to be able to do is to develop a way to treat cancer that's already spread. And the first time this was done effectively actually is as far back as 1942. This is just playing on the fact that your thyroid has an enormous affinity for iodine. So one of your thyroid's main function in your body is to take iodine from your blood that you've gotten from your foods, and to take that iodine and put it into your thyroid, where it gets manufactured into thyroid hormones that are important for metabolism, hormones, et cetera, et cetera. So iodine is thyroid seeking, just naturally, inherently. When you eat iodine in your salt, it goes straight to your thyroid. So if you have thyroid cancer, you can ingest radioactive iodine. That radioactive iodine will go to your thyroid and will destroy the tumors in your thyroid. And it turns out that even if that thyroid cancer has spread to other parts of your body, the iodine will still seek out those other parts of your body because they're still essentially thyroid cancer cells. So they still have a high affinity for iodine. So the first successful treatment of metastatic thyroid cancer, or metastatic any sort of cancer really, was the use of radioactive iodine, I-131, goes back to all the way to 1942. So our next slide will look at a couple of more modern examples of that. It's exciting, right? It's really exciting to be able to just treat systemic cancer. And it spurred a lot of research in the 1980s, particularly around people who have metastatic cancer. It often spreads into your bones. We had that example of the technetium imaging scan before of the person with the lung cancer patient with bone metastases throughout the skeleton. These skeletal metastases can be fatal. They can also be very, very painful. So there's been a lot of interest in disguising other radioactive isotopes as phosphate. Kind of the same concept what we did with the technetium, except now instead of using an imaging isotope, we're going to use therapeutic isotopes like samarium or rhenium. So strontium, samarium, rhenium, these are all reactor-produced radioisotopes. They're made in nuclear research reactors. And then you put these sort of phosphates around them to disguise them so that they get taken up by the parts of your bones that are growing rapidly, in other words, bone cancer. So that's the 1980s. Our next slide talks a little bit more about some groundbreaking work that was done in the last decade of the last century. And what really happened is there have been huge advances in molecular biology that's helped us to better understand how you can develop a molecule that seeks out cancer. So things like antigens, antibodies, receptors. Once we start to understand the biochemistry of cancer cells and how cancer cells are different from healthy cells, we can find molecules that will seek out cancer cells wherever they are in the body. And then you can attach on a radioactive isotope that will destroy the cancer. So the first antibody-based drugs, Bexar and Zevalin, are approved for use in Canada. Bexar is not on the market anymore. Zevalin is. I don't know of many patients who get Zevalin in Canada because there are other therapies that also treat that non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. Same with the samarium-153 drug. Quadramet is available on the market in Canada. I don't think it's that commonly used. Our next slide shows where we're at right now. Some people are calling this a renaissance in radiopharmaceuticals. What it really is the massive advances that we've made in understanding cancer biology in the last 20 years are now being leveraged to help us understand how to treat very specific types of cancer. So the right-hand side of your screen is showing you a schematic of what a targeted radiopharmaceutical would look like. So on the extreme right, we have a cancer cell that has a particular protein sticking out of it. What is that protein? That's going to depend on what type of cancer you have. But you're going to pick a protein that is only expressed on cancer cells, not on healthy cells. Then you're going to work with some biochemists probably, and chemical biologists to help you figure out what molecule will bind to that protein. Then you've got to call your friend the chemist and say, okay, well, we've got this molecule that seeks out cancer, and now we need to attach a radioactive isotope onto it. Can you help us do that? So it's a very, very, very collaborative development process that starts with biology and ends with people working in a nuclear reactor to make the radioactive isotopes that you can attach to the molecules that seek out cancer. So we're hearing a lot of talk around lutetium-177. This is how lutetium-177 radiopharmaceuticals work. Lutetium itself is not, it's not cancer seeking all by itself. You have to attach it onto a molecule that goes and seeks out cancer. So lutetium has been used in Europe since the 1990s, particularly for neuroendocrine tumors. It's been in Canada for a few years now. What everyone's really excited about is a few months ago, lutetium PSMA 617 was approved by the US FDA, the European Medicines Agency, Health Canada. This is exciting because PSMA targets prostate cancer. Neuroendocrine tumors, of course, we want to be able to treat. Neuroendocrine tumors are quite rare, whereas prostate cancer we know is one of the leading causes of death in Canada. Or sorry, one of the most prevalent cancers in Canada. The survival rates are actually fairly good. But there are lots and lots of people around the world who have metastatic prostate cancer who would like to have better treatment options. So by developing that molecule that seeks out prostate cancer cells and attaching on a radioisotope, you can treat cancer patients who have cancer spread throughout their bodies. And there's more and more of this work going on in universities around the world and all across Canada. People who are identifying the new biological targets, such as proteins, looking at using different isotopes and so on. There's a lot of talk about actinium-225 coming down the pipeline. Our next slide is just an example of why this matters. Our next example is just showing you this is what the structure of these types of things look like. So this is lutetium dotatate. So this big organic-y looking thing here is the peptide that seeks out neuroendocrine tumors. The green part is how we're attaching the radioisotope onto that peptide to direct it to the disease site. And it's our next slide that's going to show you what the power of these types of treatments are. So before we treat a patient with any sort of drug, we want to know if they're going to respond favorably to this drug. The real push nowadays is for personalized medicine. It's great to know that, 8 out of 10 people respond to Advil, or, 3 out of 4 dentists recommend whatever it is. What we really want to know is, what about me? What about the individual patient in front of me? Is this person's individual, specialized, personal disease going to respond to this particular treatment? This is important because we don't want to waste people's time by prescribing treatments that aren't necessarily going to work for them. And also, we're going to save the healthcare system money by not prescribing treatments that aren't going to work for people. Medical isotopes provide a really powerful way of assessing this. Because don't forget, we can do diagnostic imaging just as well as we can do therapy. So we can make a drug, like the one shown here, that seeks out neuroendocrine tumors, and we can attach different radioisotopes to it. We could attach gallium-68, indium-111. We could attach an imaging isotope to it and administer it to a patient and see if it gets taken up by this individual patient's cancer cells. Not just a statistical average of most people respond to this. Will this patient respond to this? So this is a case study that was published a couple of years ago. This is a patient who's got Merkel cell carcinoma, which is a neuroendocrine, it's a type of skin cancer that's neuroendocrine in origin. And there's not really a viable treatment program for this person. But the consulting physician said, well, technically on paper, this should be a neuroendocrine tumor, so maybe it would respond to Lutathera. We don't know if it's going to because they'd never studied Lutathera in Merkel cell carcinoma patients. So what you're able to do is to make an imaging version of that drug, give it to the patient, and as you can see in the image A on the left, there's massive uptake of this tracer throughout the patient's torso. So this is showing us basically little bits of Merkel cell carcinoma that have spread throughout this person's body. And the prognosis really looks quite terrible based on that. But based on this, it's showing that this person's cancer will take up this drug. So then we make the lutetium version of this drug. We administer it to the patient. The image doesn't look quite as good. It's kind of blurry. Lutetium is not great for imaging. It's really useful for therapy, though. So after the patient has had a couple of doses of the lutetium-based drug, we repeat the imaging study that we did on the left-hand side, and what we get is the image that's shown as image C on your right-hand side. So we've gone from having a patient who's got dozens and dozens of little cancerous metastases throughout their torso to the image on the right-hand side where really all we're seeing is kidney and bladder uptake. In other words, the radiotracer is just being excreted through the urinary system because it's not being taken up into tumors because the tumors aren't there anymore. Okay, so this shows you the power of how we can use diagnostic imaging to assess which patients are going to respond to treatment, and then to treat them, and then to make sure that they've been treated effectively afterwards. I got this far in my planning my presentation, and I realized I haven't talked about power reactors. So our last couple of slides, we'll talk about power reactors. So where are power reactors in all of this landscape? We haven't talked about them. Power reactors are really something that's new in the nuclear medicine space. Our next slide shows what the traditional role of power reactors is in the sort of medical isotope type space. So many of you will know that CANDU reactors are major producers of cobalt-60. Cobalt-60 we don't usually refer to as a medical isotope because it's not being used in patients. Typically, cobalt-60 is used for sterilizing things. So when you buy a pack of Band-Aids and it says they're sterile, that's because someone has exposed it to large amounts of ionizing radiation to make sure there's no bacteria in it. When you go into the hospital and they hook you up with IV tubing, that IV tubing has to be sterilized before use, often with cobalt-60. Things like artificial joints, hip replacements, and so on. This is typically things that are irradiated with cobalt-60 ahead of time to make sure that you don't introduce bacteria and germs into the patient. Cobalt-60 used to be used for radiation therapy back in the 1950s and 60s. It's really been discontinued since the 1990s. We tend to use linear accelerators now, not radioisotope sources. But Canada is about 50% of the world's supply of cobalt-60, and it's a tremendously important isotope for sterilizing medical supplies, if not for direct use in human treatments. So our next slide is our last slide, and it talks about where power reactors are going in this landscape. There's been a lot of talk about this the last couple of years. We've been in the world nuclear news about disruptive Canadians doing exciting things that no one else is doing. And this is reflective of the amount of innovation going on in Canada in this space, where we're actually have groups that are actually designing irradiation systems to take things in and out of our CANDU reactors while they're operating, so that we can use the CANDU reactor as a source of neutrons. I showed a few pictures of our nuclear research reactor at MAC. I said the blue glowing part is where the neutrons are. CANDU reactors are also full of neutrons. So if we could access those neutrons, we can use them in the same way we use a research reactor, except that power reactors are much bigger, just physically bigger. There's more space and there's more neutrons. So you can produce larger amounts of radioisotopes. So Bruce Power has talked a lot. They're now starting irradiations of ytterbium-176, which they're going to export. And people in Europe or the US are going to be separating the lutetium and then sending that on to drug manufacturers. OPG has talked a lot about they're doing neutron irradiations of molybdenum. This is an exciting technology because what they're doing is they're generating technetium-99m in generators, but they're doing that without using enriched uranium, which is a very, very exciting development. So they're irradiating the molybdenum, sending it just next door to BWXT to be manufactured into this new proprietary generator that they've designed. So I hope on our last slide, which is just one more, I hope that I have tried to answer at least most of the questions that you guys posed to me. How do we benefit from nuclear medicine? It provides personalized diagnosis and treating plans for more than 1 million Canadians every year. right? Primarily in oncology and cardiac disease. As we're getting more and more of these receptor-targeted radiopharmaceuticals, it's moving from just being standard of care for cardiac disease to being able to treat really advanced metastatic diseases. So it's really a game changer for cancer patients. There had been a couple of questions about, cyclotrons versus reactors and so on. Cyclotrons on nuclear reactors are complementary. They make medical isotopes in different ways. One adds protons, one adds neutrons. So you get different medical isotopes out of them. So you can't replace cyclotrons with nuclear reactors, and you can't replace nuclear reactors with cyclotrons. They make different things. And they're both super important because your diagnostic isotopes tend to come out of your cyclotrons and your therapeutic isotopes tend to come out of your nuclear reactors. So nowadays, when we're talking about therapeutic radioisotopes and we're talking about nuclear reactors, we're talking about research reactors. There's about a dozen research reactors around the world that are major producers of at least a half a dozen different therapeutic isotopes. And that may be changing as the nuclear power sector starts to move on from focusing exclusively on cobalt-60 to using some of the sort of spare neutrons in the reactor core to generate things like lutetium-177 and also diagnostic things like technetium-99m. So my final slide has my email address and my contact information if anybody would like to get in touch with me either now or in the future. These are just some images of our facility. We have a cyclotron and nuclear research reactor, and we are happy to have visitors come by anytime if you're in the neighborhood. Please do get in touch. I'm happy to give anyone a tour anytime you're interested. And with that, I will thank you very much for your attention, and I'll answer any questions that you may have.
Testing.
Oh, I heard that. Someone said testing. I heard that.
Okay, is it not true that you do not need the isotopes for medical use from a nuclear power generating station, that you can produce them from nuclear reactors, the smaller nuclear reactors, as well as the cyclotrons?
Yeah, that was a little bit patchy. My understanding is that the question is it true that you can generate all the isotopes you need using research reactors or cyclotrons, not power reactors? I would say, yeah, that's true. That's how the world has been for the last sort of 50 or 60 years. So cyclotrons for imaging isotopes and all of your neutron-rich isotopes that are so great at cancer therapy, right now and for the last 30, 40, 50 years, they have all been coming 100% from nuclear research reactors. That's not to say that that's good or bad, though. One of the things that research reactors will struggle with as we're starting to come up with therapies for mainstream diseases like prostate cancer is capacity issues. You may come up with an issue where if you really do have a couple of million people every year who have metastatic prostate cancer and you want them all to have access to therapeutic radiopharmaceuticals, having larger scale production facilities may provide a big advantage there. What a power reactor has that a research reactor doesn't is in some cases higher neutron flux, so more neutrons bumping into your sample every minute, and higher volume. What a power reactor doesn't have is a lot of flexibility around the types of materials that can go inside of it. So a nuclear power reactor is very hot, just physically hot. The temperature is high. There's a lot of gamma radiation and so on. So for example, at MAC, where we're putting xenon in a chamber and putting that in our nuclear research reactor, you aren't necessarily going to be putting a gas inside of a power reactor. So power reactors would be more restricted in terms of what types of irradiation targets you can put inside of it, just because it's got those harsh conditions on the inside of it. So it is true that yes, any neutron-rich isotope you want, you can make in one of the world's nuclear research reactors. I do worry about capacity being an issue eventually, if that answers your question.
Any other questions for Andrea? I think we're good. Thank you very much, Andrea. That's going to wrap up the presentation portion for today. We're going to have an extended break to let everybody out and go grab a bite to eat and mingle with some of the presenters from the day in the lobby at the information booths. We'll resume back at 6 p.m. for our Q&A panel discussion, where we'll have a wide cross-section of panelists answering some of the questions from the public and local residents. So enjoy your dinner, and we'll see you back here at 6 p.m. sharp.